The Project Gutenberg ebook of Cyrano de Bergerac. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Cyrano de Bergerac. Author: Edmond Rostand. Translator: Mary F. Guillemard. Gladys Thomas. Release date: March 1, 1998. Ebook number 1254. Most recently updated, April 22, 2023. Language: English. Credits: Sue Astor. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Cyrano de Bergerac. Cyrano de Bergerac. A play in 5 acts. By Edmond Rostand. Translated from the French by Gladys Thomas and Mary F. Guillemard. Contents: Dramatis Personae. Act I. Scene 1.I. Scene 1.2. Scene 1.3. Scene 1.4. Scene 1.v. Scene 1.vi. Scene 1.7. Act 2. Scene 2.I. Scene 2.2. Scene 2.3. Scene 2.4. Scene 2.v. Scene 2.vi. Scene 2.7. Scene 2.8. Scene 2.9. Scene 2.x. Scene 2.11. Act 3. Scene 3.I. Scene 3.2. Scene 3.3. Scene 3.4. Scene 3.v. Scene 3.vi. Scene 3.7. Scene 3.8. Scene 3.9. Scene 3.x. Scene 3.11. Scene 3.12. Act 4. Scene 4.I. Scene 4.2. Scene 4.3. Scene 4.4. Scene 4.v. Scene 4.vi. Scene 4.7. Scene 4.8. Scene 4.9. Scene 4.x. Act V. Scene 5.I. Scene 5.2. Scene 5.3. Scene 5.4. Scene 5.v. Scene 5.vi. Dramatis Personae. Cyrano de Bergerac. Christian de Neuvillette. Count de Guiche. Ragueneau. L. Bret. Carbon de Casteljaloux. The Cadets. Lignier. De Valverde. A Marquis. Second Marquis. Third Marquis. Montfleury. Belrose. Jodelet. Quidgy. Brissail. The Doorkeeper. A Lackey. A second Lackey. A Boor. A Musketeer. Another. A Spanish officer. A Porter. A Burgher. His son. A Pickpocket. A Spectator. A Guardsman. Bertrand the Fifer. A Monk. 2 Musicians. The Poets. The Pastry Cooks. Roxana. Sister Martha. Lisa. The Buffet Girl. Mother Marguerite. The Duenna. Sister Claire. An Actress. The Pages. The Shop Girl. The Crowd, Troopers, Burghers, Male and Female, Marquises, Musketeers. Pickpockets, Pastry Cooks, Poets, Gascons Cadets, Actors, Male and Female. Violinists, Pages, Children, Soldiers, Spaniards, Spectators, Male and Female. Preciouses, Nuns, etc. Act I. A representation at the Hotel de Bourgogne. The hall of the Hotel de Bourgogne, in 1640. A sort of tennis court arranged and decorated for a theatrical performance. The hall is oblong and seen obliquely, so that one of its sides forms the back of the right foreground, and meeting the left background makes an angle with the stage, which is partly visible. On both sides of the stage are benches. The curtain is composed of two tapestries which can be drawn aside. Above a harlequin's mantle are the royal arms. There are broad steps from the stage to the hall, on either side of these steps are the places for the violinists. Footlights. 2 rows, one over the other, of side galleries, the highest divided into boxes. No seats in the pit of the hall, which is the real stage of the theater. At the back of the pit, i.e., on the right foreground, some benches forming steps, and underneath, a staircase which leads to the upper seats. An improvised buffet ornamented with little lustres, vases, glasses, plates of tarts, cakes, bottles, etc. The entrance to the theater is in the center of the background, under the gallery of the boxes. A large door, half open to let in the spectators. On the panels of this door, in different corners, and over the buffet, red placards bearing the words, La Clories. At the rising of the curtain the hall is in semi-darkness, and still empty. The lustres are lowered in the middle of the pit ready to be lighted. Scene 1.I. The public, arriving by degrees. Troopers, burghers, lackeys, pages, a pickpocket, the doorkeeper, etc., followed by the marquises. Quigi, Brisale. The buffet girl, the violinists, etc. A confusion of loud voices is heard outside the door. A trooper enters hastily. The doorkeeper, following him. Hollo! You there? Your money. The trooper. I enter gratis. The doorkeeper. Why? The trooper. Why? I am of the king's household cavalry, faith. The doorkeeper, to another trooper who enters. And you? Second trooper. I pay nothing. The doorkeeper. How so? Second trooper. I am a musketeer. First trooper, to the second. The play will not begin till 2. The pit is empty. Come, about with the foils to pass the time. They fence with the foils they have brought. A lackey, entering. Pst. Flanquin. Another, already there. Champagne. The first, showing him cards and dice which he takes from his doublet. See, here be cards and dice. He seats himself on the floor. Let's play. The second, doing the same. Good, I am with you, villain. First lackey, taking from his pocket a candle and, which he lights, and sticks on the floor. I made free to provide myself with light at my master's expense. A guardsman, to a shop girl who advances. 'Twas prettily done to come before the lights were lit. He takes her round the waist. One of the fencers, receiving a thrust. A hit. One of the card players. Clubs. The guardsman, following the girl. A kiss. The shop girl, struggling to free herself. They're looking. The guardsman, drawing her to a dark corner. No fear. No one can see. A man, sitting on the ground with others, who have brought their provisions. By coming early, one can eat in comfort. A burgher, conducting his son. Let us sit here, son. A card player. Triple ace. A man, taking a bottle from under his cloak. And also seating himself on the floor. A tippler may well quaff his burgundy. He drinks. In the Burgundy Hotel. The burgher, to his son. Faith. A man might think he had fallen in a bad house here. He points with his cane to the drunkard. What with topers? One of the fencers in breaking off, jostles him. Brawlers. He stumbles into the midst of the card players. Gamblers. The guardsman, behind him, still teasing the shop girl. Come, one kiss. The burgher, hurriedly pulling his son away. By all the holies. And this, my boy, is the theater where they played Rotro erewhile. The young man. I, and Cornet. A troop of pages, hand in hand, enter dancing the farandole, and singing. Tra-a-lot, lot, 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 leer. The doorkeeper, sternly, to the pages. You pages there, none of your tricks. First page, with an air of wounded dignity. Oh, sir, such a suspicion. Briskly, to the second page, the moment the doorkeeper's back is turned. Have you string? The second. I, and a fishhook with it? First page. We can angle for wigs, then, up there ith gallery. A pickpocket, gathering about him some evil-looking youths. Hark ye, young cut-purses, lend an ear, while I give you your first lesson in thieving. Second page, calling up to others in the top galleries. You there? Have you peas hooters? Third page, from above. I, have we, and peas withal. He blows, and peppers them with peas. The young man, to his father. What peace do they give us? The burgher. Glories. The young man. Who may the author be? The burgher. Master Balthazar Barrow. It is a play. He goes arm in arm with his son. The pickpocket, to his pupils. Have a care, above all, of the lace near ruffles, cut them off. A spectator, to another, showing him a corner in the gallery. I was up there, the first night of the Cid. The pickpocket, making with his fingers the gesture of filching. Thus for watches. The burgher, coming down again with his son. Ah! You shall presently see some renowned actors. The pickpocket, making the gestures of one who pulls something stealthily, with little jerks. Thus for handkerchiefs. The burgher. Montfleury. Someone, shouting from the upper gallery. Light up, below there. The burgher. Belrose, Elepi, La Beaupre, Jodelet. A page, in the pit. Here comes the buffet girl. The buffet girl, taking her place behind the buffet. Oranges, milk, raspberry water, cedar bitters. A hubbub outside the door is heard. A falsetto voice. Make place, brutes. A lackey, astonished. The marquises, in the pit. Another lackey. Oh! Only for a minute or two. Enter a band of young marquises. A marquis, seeing that the hall is half empty. What now? So we make our entrance like a pack of woolen drapers. Peaceably, without disturbing the folk, or treading on their toes, oh! Fie! Fie! Recognizing some other gentlemen who have entered a little before him. Quidgy. Brisale. Greetings and embraces. Quidgy. True to our word, troth, we are here before the candles are lit. The Marquis. I, indeed. Enough. I am of an ill humor. Another. Nay, nay, Marquis. See, for your consolation, they are coming to light up. All the audience, welcoming the entrance of the lighter. Ah! They form in groups round the lustres as they are lit. Some people have taken their seats in the galleries. Lignier, a distinguished-looking roué, with disordered shirt front arm in arm with Christian de Neuvillette. Christian, who is dressed elegantly, but rather behind the fashion, seems preoccupied, and keeps looking at the boxes. Scene 1.2. The same. Christian, Lignier, then Ragueneau, and L. E. Brett. Quidgy. Lignier. Brissail, laughing. Not drunk as yet? Lignier, aside to Christian. I may introduce you. Christian nods in assent. Baron de Neuvillette. Bows. The audience, applauding as the first lustre is lighted and drawn up. Ah! Quidgy, to Brissail, looking at Christian. 'Tis a pretty fellow. First Marquis, who has overheard. Pooh! Lignier, introducing them to Christian. My lords de Quidgy. De Brissail. Christian, bowing. Delighted. First Marquis, to second. He is not ill to look at, but certes, he is not costumed in the latest mode. Lignier, to Quidgy. This gentleman comes from Touraine. Christian. Yes, I have scarce spent 20 days in Paris, tomorrow I join the guards. In. The cadets. First Marquis, watching the people who are coming into the boxes. There is the wife of the Chief Justice. The buffet girl. Oranges, milk. The violinists, tuning up. La la. Quidgy, to Christian, pointing to the hall, which is filling fast. 'Tis crowded. Christian. Yes, indeed. First Marquis. All the great world. They recognize and name the different elegantly dressed ladies who enter the boxes, bowing low to them. The ladies send smiles in answer. Second Marquis. Madame de Guamini. Quidgy. Madame de Bois Dauphin. First Marquis. Adored by us all. Brissail. Madame de Chavigny. Second Marquis. Who sports with our poor hearts. Lignier. Ha! So Monsieur de Cornay has come back from Rouen. The young man, to his father. Is the academy here? The burgher. Oh, I see several of them. There is Boudou, Boisat. And Curo de la Chambre, Porches, Colombier, Bourzes. Bourdon, Arbad. All names that will live. 'Tis fine. First Marquis. Attention. Here come our preciouses, Bartenoid, Eurymedont, Cassandus. Felix Erie. Second Marquis. Ah! How exquisite their fancy names are. Do you know them all, Marquis? First Marquis. Marquis, I do, every one. Lignier, drawing Christian aside. Friend, I but came here to give you pleasure. The lady comes not. I will betake me again to my pet vice. Christian, persuasively. No, no. You, who are ballad maker to court and city alike, can tell me better than any who the lady is for whom I die of love. Stay yet a while. The first violin, striking his bow on the desk. Gentlemen violinists. He raises his bow. The buffet girl. Macaroons, lemon drink. The violins begin to play. Christian. Ah! I fear me she is coquettish, and over nice and fastidious. I, who am so poor of wit, how dare I speak to her, how address her? This language that they speak today and write confounds me. I am but an honest soldier, and timid withal. She has ever her place. There, on the right the empty box, see you. Lignier, making as if to go. I must go. Christian, detaining him. Nay, stay. Lignier. I cannot. Diassoci waits me at the tavern, and here one dies of thirst. The buffet girl, passing before him with a tray. Orange drink? Lignier. Ugh. The buffet girl. Milk. Lignier. Pa. The buffet girl. Rives alte. Lignier. Stay. To Christian. I will remain a while, let me taste this Rives alte. He sits by the buffet, the girl pours some out for him. Cries, from all the audience, at the entrance of a plump little man, joyously, excited. Ah, Ragueneau. Lignier, to Christian. 'Tis the famous tavern keeper Ragueneau. Ragueneau, dressed in the Sunday clothes of a pastry cook, going up quickly to Lignier. Sir, have you seen Monsieur de Cyrano? Lignier, introducing him to Christian. The pastry cook of the actors and the poets. Ragueneau, overcome. You do me too great honor. Lignier. Nay, hold your peace, Mecenas that you are. Ragueneau. True, these gentlemen employ me. Lignier. On credit. He is himself a poet of a pretty talent. Ragueneau. So they tell me. Lignier. Mad after poetry. Ragueneau. 'Tis true that, for a little ode. Lignier. You give a tart. Ragueneau. Oh, a tartlet. Lignier. Brave fellow. He would fain excuse himself. And for a triolet, now, did you not give in exchange? Ragueneau. Some little rolls. Lignier, severely. They were milk rolls. And as for the theatre, which you love. Ragueneau. Oh. To distraction. Lignier. How pay you your tickets, ha, with cakes? Your place, tonight, come tell me in my ear, what did it cost you? Ragueneau. 4 custards, and 15 cream puffs. He looks around on all sides. Monsieur de Cyrano is not here? 'Tis strange. Lignier. Why so? Ragueneau. Montfleury plays. Lignier. 'Tis true that that old wine barrel is to take Fedon's part tonight. But what matter is that to Cyrano? Ragueneau. How? Know you not? He has got a hot hate for Montfleury, and so, has forbid him strictly to show his face on the stage for 1 whole month. Lignier, drinking his 4th glass. Well. Ragueneau. Montfleury will play. Quidgy. He can not hinder that. Ragueneau. Oh. Oh. That I have come to see. First Marquis. Who is this Cyrano? Quidgy. A fellow well skilled in all tricks of fence. Second Marquis. Is he of noble birth? Quidgy. Aye, noble enough. He is a cadet in the guards. Pointing to a gentleman who is going up and down the hall as if searching for someone. But 'tis his friend L. Brett, yonder, who can best tell you. He calls him L. Brett. L. Brett comes towards them. Seek you for de Bergerac? L. Brett. I am uneasy. Quidgy. Is it not true that he is the strangest of men? L. Brett, tenderly. True, that he is the choicest of earthly beings. Ragueneau. Poet. Quidgy. Soldier. Brissail. Philosopher. L. Brett. Musician. Lignier. And of how fantastic a presence. Regino. Mary, 'twould puzzle even our grim painter Philippe de Champagne to portray him. Methinks, whimsical, wild, comical as he is, only Jacques Collot, now dead and gone, had succeeded better, and had made of him the maddest fighter of all his visored crew with his triple-plumed beaver and 6-pointed doublet, the sword point sticking up neath his mantle like an insolent cocktail. He's prouder than all the fierce Artabands of whom Gascony has ever been and will ever be the prolific alma mater. Above his Toby. Rough. He carries a nose, ah, good my lords, what a nose is his. When one sees it, one is fain to cry aloud, nay, 'tis too much. He plays a joke on us. Then one laughs, says he will anon take it off. But no, Monsieur de Bergerac always keeps it on. L. Brett, throwing back his head. He keeps it on and cleaves into any man who dares remark on it. Ragueneau, proudly. His sword 'tis one half of the fate's shears. First Marquis, shrugging his shoulders. He will not come. Ragueneau. I say he will. And I wager a foul à la Ragueneau. The Marquis, laughing. Good. Murmurs of admiration in hall. Roxana has just appeared in her box. She seats herself in front, the duenna at the back. Christian, who is paying the buffet girl, does not see her entrance. Second Marquis, with little cries of joy. Ah, gentlemen! She is fearfully terribly ravishing. First Marquis. When one looks at her one thinks of a peach smiling at a strawberry. Second Marquis. And what freshness! A man approaching her too near might chance to get a bad chill at the heart. Christian, raising his head, sees Roxana and catches Lignier by the arm. 'Tis she. Lignier. Ah! Is it she? Christian. Tell me quick, I am afraid. Lignier, tasting his rive's ALDE in sips. Magdalene Robin Roxana, so called. A subtle wit, a precious. Christian. Woe is me. Lignier. Free. An orphan. The cousin of Cyrano, of whom we were now speaking. At this moment an elegant nobleman, with blue ribbon across his breast, enters the box, and talks with Roxana, standing. Christian, starting. Who is yonder man? Lignier, who is becoming tipsy, winking at him. Ha! Ha! Count de Guiche. Enamored of her. But wedded to the niece of Armand de Richelieu. Would fain marry Roxana to a certain sorry fellow. 1. Monsieur de Valvert, a viscount, and accommodating. She will none of that. Bargain, but de Guiche is powerful, and can persecute the daughter of a plain, untitled gentleman. More by token, I myself have exposed this cunning plan of his to the world, in a song which ho! He must rage at me. The end hit. Home. Listen. He gets up staggering, and raises his glass, ready to sing. Christian. No. Good night. Lignier. Where go you? Christian. To Monsieur de Valvert. Lignier. Have a care. It is he who will kill you. Showing him Roxana by a look. Stay where you are, she is looking at you. Christian. It is true. He stands looking at her. The group of pickpockets, seeing him thus, head in air and open-mouthed, draw near to him. Lignier. 'Tis I who am going. I am athirst. And they expect me in the taverns. He goes out, reeling. Brett, who has been all round the hall, coming back to Ragueneau. Reassured. No sign of Cyrano. Ragueneau, incredulously. All the same. Brett. A hope is left to me that he has not seen the playbill. The audience. Begin. Scene 1.3. The same, all but Lignier. De Guiche, Valvert, then Montfleury. A marquis, watching de Guiche, who comes down from Roxana's box, and crosses the pit surrounded by obsequious noblemen, among them the Viscount de Valvert. He pays a fine court, your de Guiche. Another. Another Gascon. The first. But the cold, supple Gascon, that is the stuff success is made of. Believe me, we had best make our bow to him. They go toward de Guiche. Second Marquis. What fine ribbons! How call you the color, Count de Guiche? Kiss me, my darling, or timid fawn. De Guiche. 'Tis the color called sick Spaniard. First Marquis. Faith. The color speaks truth, for, Thanks to your valor, things will soon go ill for Spain in Flanders. De Guiche. I go on the stage. Will you come? He goes toward the stage, followed by the marquises and gentlemen. Turning, he calls. Come you Valvert. Christian, who is watching and listening, starts on hearing this name. The Viscount. Ah! I will throw full in his face my. He puts his hand in his pocket, and finds there the hand of a pickpocket who is about to rob him. He turns round. Hey! The pickpocket. Oh! Christian, holding him tightly. I was looking for a glove. The pickpocket, smiling piteously. And you find a hand. Changing his tone, quickly and in a whisper. Let me but go, and I will deliver you a secret. Christian, still holding him. What is it? The pickpocket. Lignier. He who has just left you. Christian, same play. Well. The pickpocket. His life is in peril. A song writ by him has given offense in high places. And 100 men I am of them are posted tonight. Christian. 100 men. By whom posted? The pickpocket. I may not say a secret. Christian, shrugging his shoulders. Oh. The pickpocket, with great dignity. Of the profession. Christian. Where are they posted? The pickpocket. At the Porte de Nesle. On his way homeward. Warn him. Christian, letting go of his wrists. But where can I find him? The pickpocket. Run round to all the taverns, the Golden Wine Press, the Pine Cone, the Belt that bursts, the 2 torches, the 3 funnels, and at each leave a word that shall put him on his guard. Christian. Good I fly? Ah, the scoundrels. 100 men gainst 1. Looking lovingly at Roxana. Ah, to leave her. Looking with rage at Valvert. And him, but save Lignier I must. He hurries out. De Guiche, the Viscount, the Marquises, have all disappeared. Behind the curtain to take their places on the benches placed on the stage. The pit is quite full, the galleries and boxes are also crowded. The audience begin. A burgher, whose wig is drawn up on the end of a string by a page in the upper gallery. My wig! Cries of delight. He is bald. Bravo, pages ha! 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 The burgher, furious, shaking his fist. Young villain. Laughter and cries, beginning very loud, and dying gradually away. Ha! 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 Total silence. Le Brett, astonished. What means this sudden silence? A spectator says something to him in a low voice. Is-t true? The spectator. I have just heard it on good authority. Murmurs, spreading through the hall. Hush. Is it he? No. I say. In the box with the bars in front. The Cardinal. The Cardinal. The Cardinal. A page. The devil. We shall have to behave ourselves. A knock is heard upon the stage. Everyone is motionless. A pause. The voice of a marquis, in the silence, behind the curtain. Snuff that candle. Another marquis, putting his head through the opening in the curtain. A chair. A chair is passed from hand to hand, over the heads of the spectators. The marquis takes it and disappears, after blowing some kisses to the boxes. A spectator. Silence. 3 knocks are heard on the stage. The curtain opens in the center tableau. The marquises in insolent attitude seated on each side of the stage. The scene represents a pastoral landscape. 4 little lustres light the stage, the Violins play softly. Le Bret, in a low voice to Ragueneau. Montfleury comes on the scene. Ragueneau, also in a low voice. 'Tis he who begins. Le Bret. Cyrano is not here. Ragueneau. I have lost my wager. Le Bret. 'Tis all the better. An air on the drone pipes is heard, and Montfleury enters, enormously stout. In an Arcadian shepherd's dress, a hat wreathed with roses drooping over one ear, blowing into a ribboned drone pipe. The pit, applauding. Bravo, Montfleury! Montfleury! Montfleury, after bowing low, begins the part of Fedon. Aruki loin de cours, dans un lieu solitaire. Se prescrita soi-même en exil volontaire. Et qui, lorsque zephyr souffle sur les bois. A voice, from the middle of the pit. Villain! Did I not forbid you to show your face here for month? General stupor. Every one turns round. Murmurs. Different voices. Hey, what is tea? The people stand up in the boxes to look. Quidgy. 'Tis he. Le Bret, terrified. Cyrano. The voice. King of clowns. Leave the stage this instant. All the audience, indignantly. Oh! Montfleury. But. The voice. Do you dare defy me? Different voices, from the pit and the boxes. Peace. Enough, play on, Montfleury, fear nothing. Montfleury, in a trembling voice. Aruki loin de cours, dans un lieu sol. The voice, more fiercely. Well. Chief of all the blackguards, must I come and give you a taste of my cane? A hand holding a cane starts up over the heads of the spectators. Montfleury, in a voice that trembles more and more. Aruki. The cane is shaken. The voice. Off the stage. The pit. Oh! Montfleury, choking. Aruki loin de cours. Cyrano, appearing suddenly in the pit, standing on a chair, his arms crossed. His beaver cocked fiercely, his mustache bristling, his nose terrible to see. Ah! I shall be angry in a minute. Sensation. Scene 1.4. The same. Cyrano, then Belrose, Jodelet. Montfleury, to the marquises. Come to my help, my lords. A marquis, carelessly. Go on. Go on. Cyrano. Fat man, take warning. If you go on, I shall feel myself constrained to cuff your face. The marquis. Have done. Cyrano. And if these lords hold not their tongue, shall feel constrained to make them taste my cane. All the marquises, rising. Enough, Montfleury. Cyrano. If he goes not quick, I will cut off his ears and slit him up. A voice. But. Cyrano. Out he goes. Another voice. Yet. Cyrano. Is he not gone yet? He makes the gesture of turning up his cuffs. Good. I shall mount the stage now, buffet-wise. To carve this fine Italian sausage thus. Montfleury, trying to be dignified. You outrage Thalia in insulting me. Cyrano, very politely. If that muse, sir, who knows you not at all, could claim acquaintance with you, oh, believe, seeing how urn-like, fat, and slow you are, that she would make you taste her buskin's soul. The pit. Montfleury. Montfleury. Come barrows play. Cyrano, to those who are calling out. I pray you have a care. If you go on, my scabbard soon will render up its blade. The circle round him widens. The crowd, drawing back. Take care. Cyrano, to Montfleury. Leave the stage. The crowd, coming near and grumbling. Oh! Cyrano! Did someone speak? They draw back again. A voice, singing at the back. Monsieur de Cyrano displays his tyrannies. A fig for tyrants. What, ho! Come! Play us Lochlories. All the pit, singing. Lochlories! Lochlories! Cyrano! Let me but hear once more that foolish rhyme. I slaughter every man of you. A burgher. Oh! Samson! Cyrano! Yes, Samson. Will you lend your jawbone, sir? A lady, in the boxes. Outrageous. A lord. Scandalous. A burgher. 'Tis most annoying. A page. Fair good sport. The pit. KSS, Montfleury. Cyrano. Cyrano. Silence. The pit, wildly excited. Ho-oh-oh-oh-h. Quack. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cyrano. I order. A page. Maya. Cyrano. I order silence, all. And challenge the whole pit collectively. I write your names, approach, young heroes, here. Each in his turn. I cry the numbers out. Now which of you will come to ope the lists? You, sir. No. You. No. The first dual list shall be dispatched by me with honors due. Let all who long for death hold up their hands. A silence. Modest. You fear to see my naked blade? Not one name, not one hand, good, I proceed. Turning toward the stage, where Montfleury waits in an agony. The theatre's too full, congested. I would clear it out. If not. Puts his hand on his sword. The knife must act. Montfleury. I. Cyrano, leaves his chair, and settles himself in the middle of the circle which has formed. I will clap my hands thrice, thus full moon. At the third clap, eclipse yourself. The pit, amused. Ah! Cyrano, clapping his hands. 1. Montfleury. I. A voice, in the boxes. Stay. The pit. He stays. He goes. He stays. Montfleury. I think. Gentlemen. Cyrano. 2. Montfleury. I think 'twere wisest. Cyrano. 3. Montfleury disappears as through a trap. Tempest of laughs, whistling cries, etc. The whole house. Coward. Come back. Cyrano, delighted, sits back in his chair, arms crossed. Come back, and if you dare. A burgher. Call for the orator. Belrose comes forward and bows. The boxes. Ah! Here's Belrose. Belrose, elegantly. My noble lords. The pit. No. No. Jodelet. Jodelet, advancing, speaking through his nose. Calves. The pit. Ah! Bravo. Good. Go on. Jodelet. No bravos, sirs. The fat tragedy on whom you all love. Felt. The pit. Coward. Jodelet. Was obliged to go. The pit. Come back. Some. No. Others. Yes. A young man, to Cyrano. But pray, sir, for what reason, say. Hate you Montfleury? Cyrano, graciously, still seated. Youthful gander, no. I have 2 reasons, either will suffice. Primo. An actor villainous. Who mouths. And heaves up like a bucket from a well. The verses that should, bird-like, fly. Secundo. That is my secret. The old burgher, behind him. Shameful. You deprive us of the glories. I must insist. Cyrano, turning his chair toward the burgher, respectfully. Old mule. The verses of old Barrow are not worth a doit. I'm glad to interrupt. The preciouses, in the boxes, are Barrow. My dear. How dares he venture? Cyrano, turning his chair toward the boxes gallantly. Fairest ones. Radiate, bloom, hold to our lips the cup of dreams intoxicating, he belike. Or, when death strikes, charm death with your sweet smiles. Inspire our verse, but criticize it not. Belrose. We must give back the entrance fees. Cyrano, turning his chair toward the stage. Belrose. You make the first intelligent remark. Would I rend Thespes' sacred mantle? Nay. He rises and throws a bag on the stage. Catch then the purse I throw, and hold your peace. The house, dazzled. Ah! Oh! Jodelet, catching the purse dexterously and weighing it. At this price, you've authority to come each night, and stop glories, sir. The pit. Ho, ho. Ho. Jodelet. E'en if you chase us in a pack. Belrose. Clear out the hall. Jodelet. Get you all gone at once. The people begin to go out, while Cyrano looks on with satisfaction. But the crowd soon stop on hearing the following scene, and remain where they are. The women, who, with their mantles on, are already standing up in the boxes, stop to listen, and finally reseat themselves. Le Brett, to Cyrano. 'Tis mad. A boor, coming up to Cyrano. The actor Montfleury. 'Tis shameful. Why, he's protected by the Duke of Candle. Have you a patron? Cyrano. No. The boor. No patron. Cyrano. None. The boor. What? No great lord to shield you with his name? Cyrano, irritated. No, I have told you twice. Must I repeat? No. No protector. His hand on his sword. A protect rest. Here. The boor. But you must leave the town? Cyrano. Well, that depends. The boor. The Duke has a long arm. Cyrano. But not so long as mine, when it is lengthened out. Shows his sword. As thus. The boor. You think not to contend? Cyrano. 'Tis my idea. The boor. But. Cyrano. Show your heels. Now. The boor. But I. Cyrano. Or tell me why you stare so at my nose. The boor, staggered. I. Cyrano, walking straight up to him. Well, what is there strange? The boor, drawing back. Your grace mistakes. Cyrano. How now? Eyes soft and dangling, like a trunk. The boor, same play. I never. Cyrano. Is it crooked, like an owl's beak? The boor. I. Cyrano. Do you see a wart upon the tip? The boor. Nay. Cyrano. Or a fly, that takes the air there? What is there to stare at? The boor. Oh. Cyrano. What do you see? The boor. But I was careful not to look no better. Cyrano. And why not look at it, and if you please? The boor. I was. Cyrano. Oh. It disgusts you. The boor. Sir. Cyrano. Its hue unwholesome seems to you? The boor. Sir. Cyrano. Or its shape? The boor. No, on the contrary. Cyrano. Why then that air? Disparaging, perchance you think it large? The boar, stammering. No, small, quite small minute. Cyrano. Minute. What now? Accuse me of a thing ridiculous. Small my nose. The boar. Heaven help me. Cyrano. 'Tis enormous. Old flathead, empty-headed meddler, no. That I am proud possessing such appendix. 'Tis well known, a big nose is indicative of a soul affable, and kind, and courteous. Liberal, brave, just like myself, and such as you can never dare to dream yourself. Rascal contemptible. For that witless face, that my hand soon will come to cuff is all as empty. He cuffs him. The boar. Aie. Cyrano. Of pride, of aspiration, of feeling, poetry of godlike spark. Of all that appertains to my big nose. He turns him by the shoulders, suiting the action to the word. As what my boot will shortly come and kick. The boar, running away. Help. Call the guard. Cyrano. Take notice, boobies all. Who find my visage a center ornament. A thing to jest at that it is my wont. And if the jester's noble air we part. To let him taste my steel, and not my boot. De Guiche, who, with the marquises, has come down from the stage. But he becomes a nuisance. The Viscount de Valverde, shrugging his shoulders. Swaggerer. De Guiche. Will no one put him down? The Viscount. No one? But wait. I'll treat him to point one of my quips. See here. He goes up to Cyrano, who is watching him, and with a conceited air. Sir, your nose is it is very big. Cyrano, gravely. Very. The Viscount, laughing. Ha! Cyrano, imperturbably. Is that all? The Viscount. What do you mean? Cyrano. Ah no. Young blade. That was a trifle short. You might have said at least 100 things. By varying the tone. Like this, suppose. Aggressive, sir, if I had such a nose. I'd amputate it. Friendly, when you sup. It must annoy you, dipping in your cup. You need a drinking bowl of special shape. Descriptive, 'tis a rock, a peak, a cape. A cape, forsooth. 'Tis a peninsular. Curious, how serves that oblong capsular? For scissor sheath? Or pot to hold your ink? Gracious, you love the little birds, I think? I see you've managed with a fond research to find their tiny claws a roomy perch. Truculent, when you smoke your pipe. Suppose that the tobacco smoke spouts from your nose. Do not the neighbors, as the fumes rise higher, cry terror struck, the chimney is afire? Consider it, take care. Your head bowed low. By such a weight. Lest head over heels you go. Tender, pray get a small umbrella made, lest its bright color in the sun should fade. Pedantic, that beast Aristophanes, names Hippocamelelephantale, must have possessed just such a solid lump of flesh and bone, beneath his forehead's bump. Cavalier, the last fashion, friend, that hook to hang your hat on? 'Tis a useful crook. Emphatic, no wind, O majestic nose, can give thee cold, save when the mistral blows. Dramatic, when it bleeds, what a red sea. Admiring, sign for a perfumery. Lyric, is this a conch, a triton you? Simple, when is the monument on view? Rustic, that thing a nose. Marry come up. 'Tis a dwarf pumpkin, or a prize turnip. Military, point against cavalry. Practical, put it in a lottery. Assuredly 'twould be the biggest prize. Or parodying Pyramus size. Behold the nose that mars the harmony of its master's phiz, blushing its treachery. Such, my dear sir, is what you might have said, had you of wit or letters the least jot. But, O most lamentable man, of wit you never had an atom, and of letters you have 3 letters only, they spell s. And had you had the necessary wit to serve me all the pleasantries I quote before this noble audience, en so you would not have been let to utter one, nay, not the half or quarter of such jest. I take them from myself all in good part, but not from any other man that breathes. De Guiche, trying to draw away the dismayed Viscount. Come away, Viscount. The Viscount, choking with rage. Hear his arrogance. A country lout who has got no gloves. Who goes out without sleeve knots, ribbons, lace. Cyrano. True, all my elegances are within. I do not prank myself out, puppy-like. My toilet is more thorough, if less gay. I would not sally forth a half-washed out. A front upon my cheek, a conscience yellow-eyed, bilious, from its sodden sleep. A ruffled honor. Scruples grimmed and dull. I show no bravery of shining gems. Truth, independence, are my fluttering plumes. 'Tis not my form I lace to make me slim, but brace my soul with efforts as with stays. Covered with exploits, not with ribbon knots. My spirit bristling high like your mustaches. I, traversing the crowds and chattering groups, make truth ring bravely out like clash of spurs. The Viscount. But, sir. Cyrano. I wear no gloves. And what of that? I had one. Remnant of an old worn pair. And, knowing not what else to do with it, I threw it in the face of some young fool. The Viscount. Base scoundrel. Rascally flat-footed lout. Cyrano, taking off his hat, and bowing as if the Viscount had introduced himself. Ah, and I, Cyrano Savigny. Hercule de Bergerac. Laughter. The Viscount, angrily. Buffoon. Cyrano, calling out as if he had been seized with the cramp. Aie. Aie. The Viscount, who was going away, turns back. What on earth is the fellow saying now? Cyrano, with grimaces of pain. It must be moved, it's getting stiff, I vow. This comes of leaving it in idleness. Aie. The Viscount. What ails you? Cyrano. The cramp. Cramp in my sword. The Viscount, drawing his sword. Good. Cyrano. You shall feel a charming little stroke. The Viscount, contemptuously. Poet. Cyrano. I, poet, sir. In proof of which, while we fence, presto, all extempore, I will compose a ballade. The Viscount. A ballade. Cyrano. Belike you know not what a ballade is. The Viscount. But. Cyrano, reciting, as if repeating a lesson. Know then that the ballade should contain 3 8-versed couplets. The Viscount, stamping. Oh. Cyrano, still reciting. And an envoy. Of 4 lines. The Viscount. You. Cyrano. I'll make one while we fight. And touch you at the final line. The Viscount. No. Cyrano. No. Declaiming. The duel in Hotel of Burgundy fought. By de Bergerac and a good for naught. The Viscount. What may that be, and if you please? Cyrano. The title. The house, in great excitement. Give room, good sport, make place, fair play, no noise. Tableau. A circle of curious spectators in the pit, the marquises and officers. Mingled with the common people, the pages climbing on each other's shoulders to see better. All the women standing up in the boxes. To the right, De Guiche and his retinue. Left, Le Bret, Ragueneau, Cyrano, etc. Cyrano, shutting his eyes for a second. Wait while I choose my rhymes. I have them now. He suits the action to each word. I gaily doff my beaver low. And, freeing hand and heel, my heavy mantle off I throw. And I draw my polished steel. Graceful as Phoebus, round I wheel. Alert as Scaramouch. A word in your ear, Sir Spark, I steal. At the envoy's end, I touch. They engage. Better for you had you lain low. Where skewer my cock? In the heel. In the heart, your ribbon blue below. In the hip, and make you kneel? Ho for the music of clashing steel. What now, a hit? Not much. 'Twill be in the paunch the stroke I steal. When, at the envoy, I touch. Oh, for a rhyme in O. You wriggle, starch white, my eel? A rhyme. A rhyme. The white feather you show. Tack. I parry the point of your steel. The point you hope to make me feel. I open the line, now clutch. Your spit, Sir Scullion, slow your zeal. At the envoy's end, I touch. He declaims solemnly. Envoy. Prince, pray heaven for your soul's will. I move a pace low, such. And such. Cut over feint. Thrusting. What ho? You reel? The Viscount staggers. Cyrano salutes. At the envoy's end, I touch. Acclamations. Applause in the boxes. Flowers and handkerchiefs are thrown down. The officers surround Cyrano, congratulating him. Ragueneau dances for joy. Le Bret is happy, but anxious. The Viscount's friends hold him up and bear him away. The crowd, with one long shout. Ah! A trooper! 'Tis superb! A woman! A pretty stroke! Ragueneau! A marvel! A marquis! A novelty! Le Bret! O madman! The crowd presses round Cyrano. Chorus of compliments. Bravo! Let me congratulate, quite unsurpassed. A woman's voice. There is a hero for you. A musketeer, advancing to Cyrano with outstretched hand. Sir, permit. Naught could be finer, I'm a judge, I think. I stamped, I faith, to show my admiration. He goes away. Cyrano, to Quidgy. Who is that gentleman? Quidgy. Why, D'Artagnan. Le Bret, to Cyrano, taking his arm. A word with you. Cyrano. Wait, let the rabble go. To Belrose. May I stay? Belrose, respectfully. Without doubt. Cries are heard outside. Jodelet, who has looked out? They hoot Montfleury. Belrose, solemnly. Sic transit. To the porters. Sweep close all, but leave the lights. We sup, but later on we must return. For a rehearsal of tomorrow's farce. Jodelet and Belrose go out, bowing low to Cyrano. The porter, to Cyrano. You do not dine, sir. Cyrano. No. The porter goes out. Le Bret. Because. Cyrano, proudly. Because. Changing his tone as the porter goes away. I have no money. Le Bret, with the action of throwing a bag. How? The bag of crowns. Cyrano. Paternal bounty, in a day, thou art sped. Le Bret. How live the next month? Cyrano. I have nothing left. Le Bret. Folly. Cyrano. But what a graceful action. Think. The buffet girl, coughing, behind her counter. Cyrano and Edmond turn. She comes timidly forward. Sir, my heart mislikes to know you fast. Showing the buffet. See, all you need. Serve yourself. Cyrano, taking off his hat. Gentle child. Although my Gascon pride would else forbid to take the least bestowal from your hands, my fear of wounding you outweighs that pride, and bids accept. He goes to the buffet. A trifle, these few grapes. She offers him the whole bunch. He takes a few. Nay, but this bunch. She tries to give him wine, but he stops her. A glass of water fair. And half a macaroon. He gives back the other half. Edmond. What foolery. The buffet girl. Take something else. Cyrano. I take your hand to kiss. He kisses her hand as though she were a princess. The buffet girl. Thank you, kind sir. She courtesies. Good night. She goes out. Scene 1.v. Cyrano, Edmond. Cyrano, to Edmond. Now talk, I listen. He stands at the buffet, and placing before him first the macaroon. Dinner. Then the grapes. Dessert. Then the glass of water. Wine. He seats himself. So. And now to table. Ah. I was hungry, friend, nay, ravenous. Eating. You said? Edmond. These fops, would be belligerent. Will, if you heed them only, turn your head. Ask people of good sense if you would know the effect of your fine insolence. Cyrano, finishing his macaroon. Enormous. Edmond. The cardinal. Cyrano, radiant. The cardinal was there? Edmond. Must have thought it? Cyrano. Original, I faith. Edmond. But. Cyrano. He's an author. 'Twill not fail to please him that I should mar a brother author's play. Edmond. You make too many enemies by far. Cyrano, eating his grapes. How many think you I have made tonight? Edmond. 40, no less, not counting ladies. Cyrano. Count. Edmond. Montfleury first, the bourgeois, then de Guiche. The Viscount, Barrow, the Academy. Cyrano. Enough. I am overjoyed. Edmond. But these strange ways. Where will they lead you, at the end? Explain. Your system come. Cyrano. I in a labyrinth. Was lost too many different paths to choose. I took. Edmond. Which? Cyrano. Oh. By far the simplest path. Decided to be admirable in all. Edmond, shrugging his shoulders. So be it. But the motive of your hate. To Montfleury come, tell me. Cyrano, rising. This Silenus. Big-bellied, coarse, still deems himself a peril. A danger to the love of lovely ladies. And, while he sputters out his actor's part, makes sheep's eyes at their boxes goggling frog. I hate him since the evening he presumed to raise his eyes to hers. Meseemed I saw a slug crawl slavering over a flower's petals. Edmond, stupefied. How now? What? Can it be? Cyrano, laughing bitterly. That I should love. Changing his tone, gravely. I love. Edmond. And may I know, you never said. Cyrano. Come now, bethink you, the fond hope to be beloved, e'en by some poor graceless lady, is, by this nose of mine, for I bereft me. This lengthy nose which, go where'er I will, pokes yet a quarter mile ahead of me. But I may love, and who? 'Tis fate's decree. I love the fairest, how were 't otherwise? Le Bret. The fairest. Cyrano. I, the fairest of the world. Most brilliant, most refined, most golden-haired. Le Bret. Who is this lady? Cyrano. She's a danger mortal. All unsuspicious, full of charms unconscious. Like a sweet perfumed rose, a snare of nature, within whose petals Cupid lurks in ambush. He who has seen her smile has known perfection, instilling into trifles grace's essence. Divinity in every careless gesture. Not Venus' self can mount her conch blown seaward, as she can step into her chaise a portieres. Nor Dion fleet across the woods spring flowered, light as my lady o'er the stones of Paris. Le Bret. Sapristi. All is clear. Cyrano. As spiderwebs. Le Bret. Your cousin, Madeleine Robin? Cyrano. Roxana. Le Bret. Well, but so much the better. Tell her so. She saw your triumph here this very night? Cyrano. Look well at me, then tell me, with what hope this vile protuberance can inspire my heart. I do not lull me with illusions yet. At times I'm weak, in evening hours dim. I enter some fair pleasaunce, perfumed sweet. With my poor ugly devil of a nose, I scent spring's essence in the silver rays. I see some knight a lady on his arm, and think to saunter thus neath the moonshine. I were fain to have my lady, too, beside. Thought soars to ecstasy. O sudden fall! The shadow of my profile on the wall. Le Bret, tenderly. My friend. Cyrano. My friend, at times 'tis hard, 'tis bitter, to feel my loneliness, my own ill favor. Le Bret, taking his hand. You weep? Cyrano. No, never. Think, how vilely suited. Adown this nose a tear its passage tracing. I never will, while of myself I'm master, let the divinity of tears their beauty be wedded to such common ugly grossness. Nothing more solemn than a tear sublimer, and I would not by weeping turn to laughter the grave emotion that a tear engenders. Le Bret. Never be sad. What's love? A chance of fortune. Cyrano, shaking his head. Look, I a Caesar to woo Cleopatra? A Tito to aspire to Berenice? Le Bret. Your courage and your wit, the little maid who offered you refreshment even now. Her eyes did not abhor you, you saw well. Cyrano, impressed. True. Le Bret. Well, how then? I saw Roxana herself. Was death pale as she watched the duel? Cyrano. Pale. Le Bret. Her heart, her fancy, are already caught. Put it to touch. Cyrano. That she may mock my face? That is the one thing on this earth I fear. The porter, introducing someone to Cyrano. Sir, someone asks for you. Cyrano, seeing the duenna. God. Her duenna. Scene 1.vi. Cyrano, Le Bret, the duenna. The duenna, with a low bow. I was bid ask you where a certain lady could see her valiant cousin, but in secret. Cyrano, overwhelmed. See me? The duenna, courtesying. I, sir. She has somewhat to tell. Cyrano. Somewhat. The duenna, still courtesying. I, private matters. Cyrano, staggering. Ah, my God. The duenna. Tomorrow, at the early blush of dawn, we go to hear mass at Saint Roch. Cyrano, leaning against Le Bret. My God. The duenna. After what place for a few minutes' speech? Cyrano, confused. Where? My God. The duenna. Say. Cyrano. I reflect. The duenna. Where? Cyrano. At the pastry house of Ragueneau. The duenna. Where lodges he? Cyrano. The Rue God, Saint Honore. The duenna, going. Good. Be you there? At 7. Cyrano. Without fail. The duenna goes out. Scene 1.7. Cyrano, L.E. Brett. Then actors, actresses, Quidgy, Brissail, Lignier, the porter, the violinists. Cyrano, falling into L.E. Brett's arms. A rendezvous. From her. L.E. Brett. You're sad no more. Cyrano. Ah. Let the world go burn. She knows I live. L.E. Brett. Now you'll be calm, I hope. Cyrano, beside himself for joy. Calm. I now calm? I'll be frenetic, frantic, raving mad. Oh, for an army to attack, a host. I've 10 hearts in my breast, a score of arms. No dwarfs to cleave in twain. Wildly. No. Giants now. Poetry off. For a few moments the shadows of the actors have been moving on the stage. Whispers are heard. The rehearsal is beginning. The violinists are in their places. A voice from the stage. Hollow there. Silence. We rehearse. Cyrano, laughing. We go. He moves away. By the big door enter Quidgy, Brissail, and some officers. Holding up Lignier, who is drunk. Quidgy. Cyrano. Cyrano. Well, what now? Quidgy. A lusty thrush. They're bringing you. Cyrano, recognizing him. Lignier. What has chanced? Quidgy. He seeks you. Brissail. He dare not go home. Cyrano. Why not? Lignier, in a husky voice, showing him a crumpled letter. This letter warns me. That 100 men. Revenge that threatens me. That song, you know. At the Porte de Nesle. To get to my own house. I must pass there. I dare not. Give me leave. To sleep tonight beneath your roof. Allow. Cyrano. 100 men? You'll sleep in your own bed. Lignier, frightened. But. Cyrano, in a terrible voice, showing him the lighted lantern held by the porter, who is listening curiously. Take the lantern. Lignier seizes it. Let us start. I swear that I will make your bed tonight myself. To the officers. Follow, some stay behind, as witnesses. Quidgy. 100. Cyrano. Less, tonight would be too few. The actors and actresses, in their costumes, have come down from the stage. And are listening. L.E. Brett. But why embroil yourself? Cyrano. L.E. Brett who scolds. L.E. Brett. That worthless drunkard. Cyrano, slapping Lignier on the shoulder. Wherefore? For this cause. This wine barrel, this cask of Burgundy. Did, on a day, an action full of grace. As he was leaving church, he saw his love. Take holy water. He, who is afeard at water's taste, ran quickly to the stoop. And drank it all, to the last drop. An actress. Indeed, that was a graceful thing. Cyrano. Was it not? The actress, to the others. But why 100 men gainst one poor rhymer? Cyrano. March. To the officers. Gentlemen, when you shall see me charge. Bear me no succor, none. What are the odds? Another actress, jumping from the stage. Oh. I shall come and see. Cyrano. Come, then. Another, jumping down to an old actor. And you. Cyrano. Come all the doctor, Isabel, Leander. Come, for you shall add, in a motley swarm, the farce Italian to this Spanish drama. All the women, dancing for joy. Bravo, a mantle, quick, my hood. Jodelet. Come on. Cyrano. Play us a march, gentlemen of the band. The violinists join the procession, which is forming. They take the footlights, and divide them for torches. Brave officers. Next, women in costume. And, 20 paces on, he takes his place. I all alone. Beneath the plume that glory lends, herself. To deck my beaver proud as Scipio. You hear me, I forbid you succor me. 1, 2, 3. Porter, open wide the doors. The porter opens the doors, a view of old Paris in the moonlight is seen. Ah, Paris wrapped in night? Half nebulous. The moonlight streams o'er the blue-shadowed roofs. A lovely frame for this wild battle scene. Beneath the vapors floating scarves, the Seine trembles, mysterious, like a magic mirror. And, shortly, you shall see what you shall see. All. To the Porte de Nesle. Cyrano, standing on the threshold. I, to the Porte de Nesle. Turning to the actress. Did you not ask, young lady, for what cause? Against this rhymer 50 men were sent? He draws his sword, then, calmly. 'Twas that they knew him for a friend of mine. He goes out. Lignier staggers first after him, then the actresses on the officers arms the actors. The procession starts to the sound of the violins. And in the faint light of the candles. Curtain. Act 2. The Poet's Eating House. Ragueneau's Cook and Pastry Shop. A large kitchen at the corner of the Rue St. Honore and the Rue de l'Arbre Seconds, which are seen in the background through the glass door, in the grey dawn. On the left, in the foreground, a counter, surmounted by a stand in forged iron, on which are hung geese, ducks, and water peacocks. In great china vases are tall bouquets of simple flowers, principally yellow sunflowers. On the same side, farther back, an immense open fireplace, in front of which, between monster firedogs, on each of which hangs a little saucepan, the roasts are dripping into the pans. On the right, foreground with door. Farther back, staircase leading to a little room under the roof, the entrance of which is visible through the open shutter. In this room a table is laid. A small Flemish lustre is alight. It is a place for eating and drinking. A wooden gallery, continuing the staircase, apparently leads to other similar little rooms. In the middle of the shop an iron hoop is suspended from the ceiling by a string with which it can be drawn up and down, and big game is hung around it. The ovens in the darkness under the stairs give forth a red glow. The copper pans shine. The spits are turning. Heaps of food formed into pyramids. Hams suspended. It is the busy hour of the morning. Bustle and hurry of scullions, fat cooks, and diminutive apprentices, their caps profusely decorated with cock's feathers and wings of guinea fowl. On metal and wicker plates they are bringing in piles of cakes and tarts. Tables laden with rolls and dishes of food. Other tables surrounded with chairs are ready for the consumers. A small table in a corner covered with papers, at which Ragueneau is seated, writing on the rising of the curtain. Scene 2.I. Ragueneau, pastry cooks, then Lisa. Ragueneau is writing, with an inspired air, at a small table, and counting on his fingers. First pastry cook, bringing in an elaborate fancy dish. Fruits in nougat. Second pastry cook, bringing another dish. Custard. Third pastry cook, bringing a roast, decorated with feathers. Peacock. Fourth pastry cook, bringing a batch of cakes on a slab. Rissoles. Fifth pastry cook, bringing a sort of pie dish. Beef jelly. Ragueneau, ceasing to write, and raising his head. Aurora's silver rays begin to glint e'en now on the copper pans, and thou, oh, Ragueneau, must perforce stifle in thy breast the god of song. Anon shall come the hour of the lute, now 'tis the hour of the oven. He rises. To a cook. You, make that sauce longer, 'tis too short. The cook. How much too short? Ragueneau. 3 feet. He passes on farther. The cook. What means he? First pastry cook, showing a dish to Ragueneau. The tart. Second pastry cook. The pie. Ragueneau, before the fire. My muse, retire, lest thy bright eyes be reddened by the faggot's blaze. To a cook, showing him some loaves. You have put the cleft oth loaves in the wrong place, know you not that? The kosura should be between the hemisticks. To another, showing him an unfinished pasty. To this palace of paste you must add the roof. To a young apprentice, who, seated on the ground, is spitting the fowls. And you, as you put on your lengthy spit the modest fowl and the superb turkey, my son, alternate them, as the old Malherbe loved well to alternate his long lines of verse with the short ones, thus shall your roasts, in strophes, turn before the flame. Another apprentice, also coming up with a tray covered by a napkin. Master, I bethought me erewhile of your tastes, and made this, which will please you, I hope. He uncovers the tray, and shows a large lyre made of pastry. Ragueneau, enchanted. A lyre? The apprentice. 'Tis of brioche pastry. Ragueneau, touched. With conserved fruits. The apprentice. The strings, see, are of sugar. Ragueneau, giving him a coin. Go, drink my health. Seeing Lisa enter. Hush. My wife. Bustle, pass on, and hide that money. To Lisa, showing her the lyre, with a conscious look. Is it not beautiful? Lisa. 'Tis passing silly. She puts a pile of papers on the counter. Ragueneau. Bags? Good. I thank you. He looks at them. Heavens! My cherished leaves? The poems of my friends. Torn, dismembered. To make bags for holding biscuits and cakes, 'tis the old tale. Again. Orpheus and the Bacchantes. Lisa, dryly. And am I not free to turn at last to some use the sole thing that your wretched scribblers of halting lines leave behind them by way of payment? Ragueneau. Groveling ant, insult not the divine grasshoppers, the sweet singers. Lisa. Before you were the sworn comrade of all that crew, my friend, you did not call your wife ant and bacchante? Ragueneau. To turn fair verse to such a use. Lisa. Faith, 'tis all it's good for. Ragueneau. Pray then, madam, to what use would you degrade prose? Scene 2.2. The same. 2 children, who have just trotted into the shop. Ragueneau. What would you, little ones? First child. 3 pies. Ragueneau, serving them. See, hot and well browned. Second child. If it please you, sir, will you wrap them up for us? Ragueneau, aside, distressed. Alas! One of my bags. To the children. What? Must I wrap them up? He takes a bag, and just as he is about to put in the pies, he reads. Ulysses thus, on leaving fair Penelope. Not that one. He puts it aside, and takes another, and as he is about to put in the pies, he reads. The gold-locked Phoebus. Nay, nor that one. Same play. Lisa, impatiently. What are you dallying for? Ragueneau. Here. 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 He chooses a third, resignedly. The sonnet to Phyllis, but 'tis hard to part with it. Lisa. By good luck he has made up his mind at last. Shrugging her shoulders. Nicodemus. She mounts on a chair, and begins to range plates on a dresser. Ragueneau, taking advantage of the moment she turns her back, calls back the children, who are already at the door. Hist. Children, render me back the sonnet to Phyllis, and you shall have 6 pies instead of 3. The children give him back the bag, seize the cakes quickly, and go out. Ragueneau, smoothing out the paper, begins to declaim. Phyllis, on that sweet name a smear of butter. Phyllis. Cyrano enters hurriedly. Scene 2.3. Ragueneau, Lisa, Cyrano, then the musketeer. Cyrano. What's o'clock? Ragueneau, bowing low. 6 o'clock. Cyrano, with emotion. In 1 hour's time. He paces up and down the shop. Ragueneau, following him. Bravo. I saw. Cyrano. Well, what saw you, then? Ragueneau. Your combat. Cyrano. Which? Ragueneau. That in the Burgundy Hotel, faith. Cyrano, contemptuously. Ah, the duel. Ragueneau, admiringly. The duel in verse. Lisa. He can talk of naught else. Cyrano. Well. Good. Let be. Ragueneau, making passes with a spit that he catches up. At the envoy's end, I touch, at the envoy's end, I touch. 'Tis fine. Fine. With increasing enthusiasm. At the envoy's end. Cyrano. What hour is it now, Ragueneau? Ragueneau, stopping short in the act of thrusting to look at the clock. 5 minutes after 6, I touch. He straightens himself. Oh. To write a ballade. Lisa, to Cyrano, who, as he passes by the counter, has absently shaken hands with her. What's wrong with your hand? Cyrano. Naught, a slight cut. Ragueneau. Have you been in some danger? Cyrano. None in the world. Lisa, shaking her finger at him. Methinks you speak not the truth in saying that. Cyrano. Did you see my nose quiver when I spoke? Faith, it must have been a monstrous lie that should move it. Changing his tone. I wait someone here. Leave us alone, and disturb us for naught an it were. Not for crack of doom. Ragueneau. But 'tis impossible, my poets are coming. Lisa, ironically. Oh, for their first meal o' the day. Cyrano. Prithee, take them aside when I shall make you sign to do so. What's o'clock? Ragueneau. 10 minutes after 6. Cyrano, nervously seating himself at Ragueneau's table, and drawing some paper toward him. A pen. Ragueneau, giving him the one from behind his ear. Here a swan's quill. A musketeer, with fierce mustache, enters, and in a stentorian voice. Good day. Lisa goes up to him quickly. Cyrano, turning round. Who's that? Ragueneau. 'Tis a friend of my wife, a terrible warrior, at least so says he himself. Cyrano, taking up the pen, and motioning Ragueneau away. Hush. To himself. I will write, fold it, give it her, and fly. Throws down the pen. Coward, but strike me dead if I dare to speak to her. Even one single word. To Ragueneau. What time is it? Ragueneau. 6:15. Cyrano, striking his breast. I a single word of all those here. Here. But writing, 'tis easier done. He takes up the pen. Go to, I will write it, that love letter. Oh. I have writ it and rewrit it. In my own mind so oft that it lies there ready for pen and ink, and if I lay but my soul by my letter sheet, 'tis naught to do but to copy from it. He writes. Through the glass of the door the silhouettes of their figures move. Uncertainly and hesitatingly. Scene 2.4. Ragueneau, Lisa, the musketeer. Cyrano at the little table writing. The poets. Dressed in black, their stockings unga rooted, and covered with mud. Lisa, entering, to Ragueneau. Here they come, your mud-bespattered friends. First poet, entering, to Ragueneau. Brother in art. Second poet, to Ragueneau, shaking his hands. Dear brother. Third poet. High soaring eagle among pastry cooks. He sniffs. Mary. It smells good here in your aerie. Fourth poet. 'Tis at Phoebus' own rays that thy roasts turn. Fifth poet. Apollo among master cooks. Ragueneau, whom they surround and embrace. Ah! How quick a man feels at his ease with them. First poet. We were stayed by the mob, they are crowded all round the Porte de Nesle. Second poet. 8 bleeding brigand carcasses strew the pavements, they are all slit open with sword gashes. Cyrano, raising his head a minute. 8. Hold, method 7. He goes on writing. Ragueneau, to Cyrano. Know you who might be the hero of the fray? Cyrano, carelessly. Not I. Lisa, to the musketeer. And you? Know you? The musketeer, twirling his mustache. Maybe. Cyrano, riding a little way off, he is heard murmuring a word from time to time. I love thee. First poet. 'Twas one man, say they all, I swear to it, one man who, single-handed, put the whole band to the rout. Second poet. 'Twas a strange sight, pikes and cudgels strewed thick upon the ground. Cyrano, writing. Thine eyes. Third poet. And they were picking up hats all the way to the Quai d'Orfèvres. First poet. Sapristi. But he must have been a ferocious. Cyrano, same play. Thy lips. First poet. 'Twas a parlous fearsome giant that was the author of such exploits. Cyrano, same play. And when I see thee come, I faint for fear. Second poet, filching a cake. What hast rhymed of late, Ragueneau? Cyrano, same play. Who worships thee? He stops, just as he is about to sign, and gets up, slipping the letter into his doublet. No need I sign, since I give it her myself. Ragueneau, to second poet. I have put a recipe into verse. Third poet, seating himself by a plate of cream puffs. Go to. Let us hear these verses. Fourth poet, looking at a cake which he has taken. Its cap is all a one side. He makes one bite of the top. First poet. See how this gingerbread woos the famished rhymer with its almond eyes, and its eyebrows of Angelica. He takes it. Second poet. We listen. Third poet, squeezing a cream puff gently. How it laughs. Till its very cream runs over. Second poet, biting a bit off the great lyre of pastry. This is the first time in my life that ever I drew any means of nourishing me from the lyre. Ragueneau, who has put himself ready for reciting, cleared his throat, settled his cap, struck an attitude. A recipe in verse. Second poet, to first, nudging him. You are breakfasting? First poet, to second. And you dining, methinks. Ragueneau. How almond tartlets are made. Beat your eggs up, light and quick. Froth them thick. Mingle with them while you beat. Juice of lemon, essence fine. Then combine. The burst milk of almonds sweet. Circle with the custard paste. The slim waist of your tartlet molds, the top. With a skillful fingerprint. Nick and dint. Round their edge, then, drop by drop. In its little dainty bed. Your cream shed. In the oven place each mold. Reappearing, softly browned. The renowned almond tartlets you behold. The poets, with mouths crammed full. Exquisite. Delicious. A poet, choking. Humph. They go up, eating. Cyrano, who has been watching, goes toward Ragueneau. Lulled by your voice, did you see how they were stuffing themselves? Ragueneau, in a low voice, smiling. Oh, I see well enough, but I never will seem to look, fearing to distress them, thus I gain a double pleasure when I recite to them my poems. For I leave those poor fellows who have not breakfasted free to eat, even while I gratify my own dearest foible, see you. Cyrano, clapping him on the shoulder. Friend, I like you right well. Ragueneau goes after his friends. Cyrano follows him with his eyes, then, rather sharply. Ho there! Lisa! Lisa, who is talking tenderly to the musketeer, starts, and comes down. Toward Cyrano. So this fine captain is laying siege to you? Lisa, offended. One haughty glance of my eye can conquer any man that should dare venture aught against my virtue. Cyrano. Pooh. Conquering eyes, methinks, are oft conquered eyes. Lisa, choking with anger. But Cyrano, incisively. I like Ragueneau well, and so mark me, Dame Lisa, I permit not that he be rendered a laughing stock by any. Lisa. But Cyrano, who has raised his voice so as to be heard by the gallant. A word to the wise. He bows to the musketeer, and goes to the doorway to watch, after looking at the clock. Lisa, to the musketeer, who has merely bowed in answer to Cyrano's bow. How now? Is this your courage? Why turn you not a jest on his nose? The musketeer. On his nose, I dot his nose. He goes quickly farther away, Lisa follows him. Cyrano, from the doorway, signing to Ragueneau to draw the poets away. Hist. Ragueneau, showing them the door on the right. We shall be more private there. Cyrano, impatiently. Hist. Hist. Ragueneau, drawing them farther. To read poetry, 'tis better here. First poet, despairingly, with his mouth full. What? Leave the cakes. Second poet. Never. Let's take them with us. They all follow Ragueneau in procession, after sweeping all the cakes off the trays. Scene 2.v. Cyrano, Roxana, the duenna. Cyrano. Ah! If I see but the faint glimmer of hope, then I draw out my letter. Roxana, masked, followed by the duenna, appears at the glass pane of the door. He opens quickly. Enter. Walking up to the duenna. 2 words with you, duenna. The duenna. 4, sir, and it like you. Cyrano. Are you fond of sweet things? The duenna. I could eat myself sick on them. Cyrano, catching up some of the paper bags from the counter. Good. See you these 2 sonnets of Monsieur Bussarade. The duenna. Hey. Cyrano. Which I fill for you with cream cakes. The duenna, changing her expression. Ha. Cyrano. What say you to the cake they call a little puff? The duenna. If made with cream, sir, I love them passing well. Cyrano. Here I plunge 6 for your eating into the bosom of a poem by Saint Amant. And in these verses of Chapelain I glide a lighter morsel. Stay, love you. Hot. Cakes. The duenna. I, to the core of my heart. Cyrano, filling her arms with the bags. Pleasure me then, go eat them all in the street. The duenna. But. Cyrano, pushing her out. And come not back till the very last crumb be eaten. He shuts the door, comes down toward Roxana, and, uncovering, stands at a respectful distance from her. Scene 2.vi. Cyrano, Roxana. Cyrano. Blessed be the moment when you condescend, remembering that humbly I exist, to come to meet me, and to say to tell Roxana, who has unmasked, to thank you first of all, that dandy count, whom you checkmated in brave swordplay last night. He is the man whom a great lord, desirous of my favor. Cyrano. Ha, de Guiche. Roxana, casting down her eyes, sought to impose on me. For husband. Cyrano. I. Husband, dupe husband, husband a low mode. Bowing. Then I fought, happy chance. Sweet lady, not for my ill favor but your favors fair. Roxana. Confession next, but, ere I make my shrift, you must be once again that brother friend, with whom I used to play by the lakeside. Cyrano. You would come each spring to Bergerac. Roxana. Mind you the reeds you cut to make your swords. Cyrano. While you wove corn straw plates for your doll's hair. Roxana. Those were the days of games. Cyrano. And blackberries. Roxana. In those days you did everything I bid. Cyrano. Roxana, in her short frock, was Madeline. Roxana. Was I fair then? Cyrano. You were not ill to see. Roxana. Oft times, with hands all bloody from a fall, you'd run to me. Then aping mother ways, I, in a voice would be severe, would chide. She takes his hand. What is this scratch, again, that I see here? She starts, surprised. Oh! 'Tis too much. What's this? Cyrano tries to draw away his hand. No, let me see. At your age, fie. Where did you get that scratch? Cyrano. I got it playing at the Porte de Nesle. Roxana, seating herself by the table, and dipping her handkerchief in a glass of water. Give here. Cyrano, sitting by her. So soft. So game eternal sweet. Roxana. And tell me, while I wipe away the blood, how many gainst you? Cyrano. Oh. 100 near. Roxana. Come, tell me. Cyrano. No, let be. But you, come tell. The thing, just now, you dared not. Roxana, keeping his hand. Now, I dare. The scent of those old days emboldens me. Yes, now I dare. Listen. I am in love. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. But with one who knows not. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. Not yet. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. But who, if he knows not, soon shall learn. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. A poor youth who all this time has loved timidly, from afar, and dares not speak. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. Leave your hand, why, it is fever hot. But I have seen love trembling on his lips. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana, bandaging his hand with her handkerchief. And to think of it, that he by chance. Yes, cousin, he is of your regiment. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana, laughing. Is cadet in your own company. Cyrano. Ah. Roxana. On his brow he bears the genius stamp. He is proud, noble, young, intrepid, fair. Cyrano, rising suddenly, very pale. Fair. Roxana. Why, what ails you? Cyrano. Nothing, 'tis. He shows his hand, smiling. This scratch. Roxana. I love him, all is said. But you must know. I have only seen him at the comedy. Cyrano. How? You have never spoken? Roxana. Eyes can speak. Cyrano. How know you then that he? Roxana. Oh. People talk. Neath the limes in the Place Royale. Gossips chat. Has let me know. Cyrano. He is cadet? Roxana. In the Guards. Cyrano. His name? Roxana. Baron Christian de Neuvillette. Cyrano. How now, he is not of the Guards. Roxana. Today. He is not join your ranks, under Captain. Carbon de Casteljaloux. Cyrano. Ah, how quick. How quick the heart has flown, but, my poor child. The duenna, opening the door. The cakes are eaten, Monsieur Bergerac. Cyrano. Then read the verses printed on the bags. She goes out. My poor child, you who love but flowing words. Bright wit, what if he be allowed unskilled? Roxana. No, his bright locks, like D'Urf's heroes. Cyrano. Ah. A well-curled pate, and witless tongue, perchance. Roxana. Ah no. I guess I feel his words are fair. Cyrano. All words are fair that lurk neath fair mustache. Suppose he were a fool. Roxana, stamping her foot. Then bury me. Cyrano, after a pause. Was it to tell me this you brought me here? I fail to see what use this serves, madam. Roxana. Nay, but I felt a terror, here, in the heart. On learning yesterday you were Gascons. All of your company. Cyrano. And we provoke. All beardless sprigs that favor dares admit. Midst us pure Gascons, pure. Heaven save the mark. They told you that as well? Roxana. Ah. Think how I trembled for him. Cyrano, between his teeth. Not causelessly. Roxana. But when? Last night I saw you brave, invincible. Punish that dandy, fearless hold your own. Against those brutes, I thought, if he, whom all fear, all if he would only. Cyrano. Good. I will befriend your little baron. Roxana. Ah. You'll promise me you will do this for me? I've always held you as a tender friend. Cyrano. I. Roxana. Then you will be his friend? Cyrano. I swear. Roxana. And he shall fight no duels, promise. Cyrano. None. Roxana. You are kind, cousin. Now I must be gone. She puts on her mask and veil quickly, then, absently. You have not told me of your last night's fray. Ah, but it must have been a hero fight. Bid him to right. She sends him a kiss with her fingers. How good you are. Cyrano. I. Roxana. 100 men against you. Now, farewell. We are great friends. Cyrano. I. Roxana. Oh, bid him right? You'll tell me all one day 100 men. Ah, brave, how brave. Cyrano, bowing to her. I have fought better since. She goes out. Cyrano stands motionless, with eyes on the ground. A silence. The door, right, opens. Ragueneau looks in. Scene 2.7. Cyrano, Ragueneau, poets, Carbon de Casteljaloux, the cadets, a crowd, then de Guiche. Ragueneau. Can we come in? Cyrano, without stirring. Yes. Ragueneau signs to his friends, and they come in. At the same time, by door at back, enters Carbon de Casteljaloux, in captain's uniform. He makes gestures of surprise on seeing Cyrano. Carbon. Here he is. Cyrano, raising his head. Captain. Carbon, delightedly. Our hero. We heard all. 30 or more of my cadets are there. Cyrano, shrinking back. But Carbon, trying to draw him away. Come with me. They will not rest until they see you. Cyrano. No. Carbon. They're drinking opposite, at the Bear's Head. Cyrano. I. Carbon, going to the door and calling across the street in a voice of thunder. He won't come. The hero's in the sulks. A voice, outside. Ah. Sandius. Tumult outside. Noise of boots and swords is heard approaching. Carbon, rubbing his hands. They are running cross the street. Cadets, entering. Mildius. Capdidius. Pa Capdidius. Ragueneau, drawing back startled. Gentlemen, are you all from Gascony? The cadets. All. A cadet, to Cyrano. Bravo. Cyrano. Baron. Another, shaking his hands. Vivat. Cyrano. Baron. Third cadet. Come. I must embrace you. Cyrano. Baron. Several Gascons. Will embrace him, all in turn. Cyrano, not knowing whom to reply to. Baron, I beg. Ragueneau. Are you all barons, sirs? The cadets. I, everyone. Ragueneau. Is it true? First cadet. Why, you could build a tower. With nothing but our coronets, my friend. Brett, entering, and running up to Cyrano. They're looking for you. Here's a crazy mob. Led by the men who followed you last night. Cyrano, alarmed. What? Have you told them where to find me? Brett, rubbing his hands. Yes. A burgher, entering, followed by a group of men. Sir, all the Marais is coming here. Outside the street has filled with people. Chaises a porteurs and carriages have drawn up. Brett, in a low voice, smiling, to Cyrano. And Roxana? Cyrano, quickly. Hush. The crowd, calling outside. Cyrano. A crowd rush into the shop, pushing one another. Acclamations. Ragueneau, standing on a table. Lo. My shop. Invaded. They break all. Magnificent. People, crowding round Cyrano. My friend, my friend. Cyrano. Me seems that yesterday I had not all these friends. Brett, delighted. Success. A young marquis, hurrying up with his hands held out. My friend. Didst thou but know? Cyrano. Thou, Mary, thou, pray when? Did we herd swine together, you and I? Another. I would present you, sir, to some fair dames. Who in my carriage yonder? Cyrano, coldly. Ah, and who will first present you, sir, to me? Brett, astonished. What's wrong? Cyrano. Hush. A man of letters, with writing board. A few details. Cyrano. No. Brett, nudging his elbow. 'Tis Theophrast. Renate. Of the Court Gazette. Cyrano. Who cares? Brett. This paper, but it is of great importance. They say it will be an immense success. A poet, advancing. Sir. Cyrano. What, another? The poet? Pray permit I make a pentacrostic on your name. Someone, also advancing. Pray, sir. Cyrano. Enough. Enough. A movement in the crowd. De Guiche appears, escorted by officers. Quidgy. Brissail, the officers who went with Cyrano the night before. Quidgy comes rapidly up to Cyrano. Quidgy, to Cyrano. Here is Monsieur de Guiche. A murmur, everyone makes way. He comes from the Marshal of Gascon. De Guiche, bowing to Cyrano. Who would express his admiration, sir, for your new exploit noised so loud abroad. The crowd. Bravo. Cyrano, bowing. The Marshal is a judge of valor. De Guiche. He could not have believed the thing, unless these gentlemen had sworn they witnessed it. Quidgy. With our own eyes. Brett, aside to Cyrano, who has an absent air. But you. Cyrano. Hush. Brett. But you suffer? Cyrano, starting. Before this rabble, He draws himself up, twirls his mustache, and throws back his shoulders. Wait, you shall see. De Guiche, to whom Quidgy has spoken in a low voice. In feats of arms, already your career abounded, you serve with those crazy pates of Gascons. Cyrano. With the cadets. A cadet, in a terrible voice. With us. De Guiche, looking at the cadets, ranged behind Cyrano. All these gentlemen of haughty mien. Are they the famous Carbon? Cyrano. Cyrano. Captain Carbon. Since all my companies assembled here, pray favor me present them to my lord. Cyrano, making 2 steps toward De Guiche. My lord De Guiche, permit that I present. Pointing to the cadets. The bold cadets of Gascony. Of Carbon of Casteljaloux. Brawling and swaggering boastfully. The bold cadets of Gascony. Spouting of armory, heraldry. Their veins brimming with blood so blue. The bold cadets of Gascony. Of Carbon of Casteljaloux. Eagle eye, and spindle shanks. Fierce mustache, and wolfish tooth. Slash the rabble and scatter their ranks. Eagle eye and spindle shanks. With a flaming feather that gaily pranks. Hiding the holes in their hats, forsooth. Eagle eye and spindle shanks. Fierce mustache, and wolfish tooth. Pink your doublet and slit your trunk. Are their gentlest sobriquets. With fame and glory their soul is drunk. Pink your doublet and slit your trunk. In brawl and skirmish they show their spunk. Give rendezvous in broil and fray. Pink your doublet and slit your trunk. Are their gentlest sobriquets. What, ho! Cadets of Gascony. All jealous lovers are sport for you. O woman! Dear divinity! What, ho! Cadets of Gascony. Whom scowling husbands quake to see. Blow, terra, and cry cuckoo. What, ho! Cadets of Gascony. Husbands and lovers are game for you. De Guiche, seated with haughty carelessness in an armchair brought quickly by Ragueneau. A poet? 'Tis the fashion of the hour. Will you be mine? Cyrano. No, sir, no man's. De Guiche. Last night. Your fancy pleased my uncle Richelieu. I'll gladly say a word to him for you. Le Bret, overjoyed? Great heavens! De Guiche. I imagine you have rhymed 5 acts, or so. Le Bret, in Cyrano's ear. Your play, your Agrippin. You'll see it staged at last. De Guiche. Take them to him. Cyrano, beginning to be tempted and attracted. In sooth I would. De Guiche. He is a critic skilled. He may correct a line or two, at most. Cyrano, whose face stiffens at once. Impossible. My blood congeals to think. That other hand should change a comma's dot. De Guiche. But when a verse approves itself to him, he pays it dear, good friend. Cyrano. He pays less dear than I myself, when a verse pleases me. I pay myself, and sing it to myself. De Guiche. You are proud. Cyrano. Really? You have noticed that? A cadet, entering, with a string of old battered plumed beaver hats, full of holes, slung on his sword. See, Cyrano this morning, on the quay. What strange bright feathered game we caught. The hats. Oh, the fugitives. Carbon. Spolia opima. All, laughing. Ah. 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 Quidgy. He who laid that ambush, faith. Must curse and swear. Brissail. Who was it? De Guiche. I myself. The laughter stops. I charged them work too dirty for my sword. To punish and chastise a rimster sought. Constrained silence. The cadet, in a low voice, to Cyrano, showing him the beavers. What do with them? They're full of grease, a stew. Cyrano, taking the sword and, with a salute, dropping the hats at De Guiche's feet. Sir, pray be good enough to render them back to your friends. De Guiche, rising, sharply. My chair there, quick, I go. To Cyrano passionately. As to you, sirrah. Voice, in the street. Porters for my lord De Guiche. De Guiche, who has controlled himself, smiling. Have you read Don Quixote? Cyrano. I have. And doff my hat at th mad knight-errant's name. De Guiche. I counsel you to study. A porter, appearing at back. My lord's chair. De Guiche. The Windmill chapter. Cyrano, bowing. Chapter the 13th. De Guiche. For when one tilts gainst windmills it may chance. Cyrano. Tilt I gainst those who change with every breeze. De Guiche. That windmill sails may sweep you with their arm down in the mire. Cyrano. Or upward to the stars. De Guiche goes out, and mounts into his chair. The other lords go away, whispering together. Le Bret goes to the door with them. The crowd disperses. Scene 2.8. Cyrano, Le Bret, the cadets, who are eating and drinking at the tables right and left. Cyrano, bowing mockingly to those who go out without daring to salute him. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Le Bret, coming back, despairingly. Here's a fine coil. Cyrano. Oh. Scold away. Le Bret. At least, you will agree that to annihilate each chance of fate exaggerates. Cyrano. Yes, I exaggerate. Le Bret, triumphantly. Ah. Cyrano. But for principal example too. I think 'tis well thus to exaggerate. Le Bret. Oh. Lay aside that pride of musketeer. Fortune and glory wait you. Cyrano. I, and then seek a protector, choose a patron out. And like the crawling ivy round a tree that licks the bark to gain the trunk's support, climb high by creeping ruse instead of force? No, gramercy. What? I, like all the rest, dedicate verse to bankers, play buffoon, in cringing hope to see, at last, a smile, not disapproving, on a patron's lips? Gramercy, no. What? Learn to swallow toads? With frame a weary climbing stairs, a skin grown grimmed and horny here, about the knees? And, acrobat-like, teach my back to bend? No, gramercy. Or double-faced and sly, run with the hare, while hunting with the hounds? And, oily-tongued, to win the oil of praise, flatter the great man to his very nose? No, gramercy. Steal soft from lap to lap, a little great man in a circle small. Or navigate, with madrigals for sails, blown gently windward by old ladies' sighs? No, gramercy. Bribe kindly editors to spread abroad my verses? Gramercy. Or try to be elected as the Pope of tavern councils held by imbeciles? No, gramercy. Toil to gain reputation by one small sonnet, stead of making many? No, gramercy. Or flatter sorry bunglers, be terrorized by every prating paper? Say ceaselessly, oh, had I but the chance of a fair notice in the Mercury? Gramercy, no. Grow pale, fear, calculate. Prefer to make a visit to a rhyme? Seek introductions, draw petitions up? No, gramercy. And no. And no again. But sing, dream, laugh, go lightly, solitary, free, with eyes that look straight forward, fearless voice, to cock your beaver just the way you choose, for yes or no show fight, or turn a rhyme, to work without one thought of gain or fame, to realize that journey to the moon, never to pen a line that has not sprung straight from the heart within. Embracing then modesty, say to oneself, good my friend, be thou content with flowers, fruit, nay, leaves, but pluck them from no garden but thine own. And then, if glory come by chance your way, to pay no tribute unto Caesar, none, but keep the merit all your own. In short, disdaining tendrils of the parasite, to be content, if neither oak nor elm, not to mount high, perchance, but mount alone. Le Bret. Alone, and if you will, but not with hand, gainst every man. How in the devil's name have you conceived this lunatic idea? To make foes for yourself at every turn? Cyrano. By dint of seeing you at every turn, make friends and fawn upon your frequent friends. With mouth wide smiling, slit from ear to ear, I pass, still unsaluted, joyfully, and cry what, ho! Another enemy? Le Bret. Lunacy. Cyrano. Well, what if it be my vice? My pleasure to displease, to love men hate me. Ah, friend of mine, believe me, I march better 'neath the crossfire of glances inimical. How droll the stains one sees on fine laced doublets, from gall of envy, or the poltroon's drivel. The enervating friendship which enfolds you is like an open-laced Italian collar, floating around your neck in woman's fashion. One is at ease thus, but less proud the carriage. The forehead, free from mainstay or coercion, bends here, there, everywhere. But I, embracing hatred, she lends forbidding, stiffly fluted. The rough starched folds that hold the head so rigid. Each enemy another fold a gopher, who adds constraint, and adds a ray of glory. For hatred, like the ruff worn by the Spanish, grips like a vice, but frames you like a halo. Le Bret. After a silence, taking his arm. Speak proud aloud, and bitter, in my ear. Whisper me simply this: she loves thee not. Cyrano, vehemently. Hush. Christian has just entered, and mingled with the cadets, who do not speak to him. He has seated himself at a table, where Lisa serves him. Scene 2.9. Cyrano, Le Bret, the cadets, Christian de Neuvillette. A cadet, seated at a table, glass in hand. Cyrano. Cyrano turns round. The story. Cyrano. In its time. He goes up on Le Bret's arm. They talk in low voices. The cadet, rising and coming down. The story of the fray. 'Twill lesson well. He stops before the table where Christian is seated. This timid young apprentice. Christian, raising his head. Prentice. Who? Another cadet. This sickly northern greenhorn. Christian. Sickly. First cadet, mockingly. Hark. Monsieur de Neuvillette, this in your ear. There's somewhat here, one no more dares to name, than to say rope to one whose sire was hanged. Christian. What may that be? Another cadet, in a terrible voice. See here. He puts his finger 3 times, mysteriously, on his nose. Do you understand? Christian. Oh. 'Tis the. Another. Hush. Oh, never breathe that word. Unless you'd reckon with him yonder. He points to Cyrano, who is talking with Le Bret. Another, who has meanwhile come up noiselessly to sit on the table whispering. Behind him. Hark. He put 2 snuffling men to death, in rage. For the sole reason they spoke through their nose. Another, in a hollow voice, darting on all 4s from under the table, where he had crept. And if you would not perish in flower, O youth. Oh, mention not the fatal cartilage. Another, clapping him on the shoulder. A word? A gesture? For the indiscreet. His handkerchief may prove his winding sheet. Silence. All, with crossed arms, look at Christian. He rises and goes over to Carbon de Casteljaloux, who is talking to an officer, and feigns to see nothing. Christian. Captain. Carbon, turning and looking at him from head to foot. Sir. Christian. Pray, what skills it best to do? To Southerners who swagger. Carbon. Give them proof. That one may be a Northerner, yet brave. He turns his back on him. Christian. I thank you. First cadet, to Cyrano. Now the tale. All. The tale. Cyrano, coming toward them. The tale. All bring their stools up, and group round him, listening eagerly. Christian. Is astride a chair. Well. I went all alone to meet the band. The moon was shining, clock-like, full ith sky. When, suddenly, some careful clock right past. A cloud of cotton wool across the case. That held this silver watch. And, presto. Hey. The night was inky black, and all the keys were hidden in the murky dark. Gad's o case. One could see nothing further. Christian. Then one's nose. Silence. All slowly rise, looking in terror at Cyrano, who has stopped. Dumbfounded. Pause. Cyrano. Who on God's earth is that? A cadet, whispering. It is a man. Who joined today? Cyrano, making a step toward Christian. Today. Carbon, in a low voice. Yes. His name is the Baron de Neuville. Cyrano, checking himself. Good. It is well. He turns pale, flushes, makes as if to fall on Christian. He controls himself. What said I? With a burst of rage. Mortius. Then continues calmly. That it was dark. Astonishment. The cadets reseat themselves, staring at him. On I went, thinking, for a knavish cause. I may provoke some great man, some great prince. Who certainly could break. Christian. My nose. Every one starts up. Christian balances on his chair. Cyrano, in a choked voice. My teeth. Who would break my teeth, and I, imprudent like. Was poking. Christian. My nose. Cyrano. My finger dot in the crack. Between the tree and bark. He may prove strong. And rap me. Christian. Over the nose. Cyrano, wiping his forehead. OTH knuckles. But I cried, forward, Gascon. Duty calls. On, Cyrano. And thus I ventured on. When, from the shadow, came. Christian. A crack OTH nose. Cyrano. I parry it find myself. Christian. Nose to nose. Cyrano, bounding onto him. Heaven and earth. All the Gascons leap up to see, but when he is close to Christian he controls himself and continues. With 100 brawling sots. Who stank? Christian. A noseful. Cyrano, white, but smiling. Onions, brandy cups. I leapt out, head well down. Christian. Nosing the wind. Cyrano. I charge, gore 2, impale 1 run him through. 1 aims at me PAF. And I parry. Christian. Piff. Cyrano, bursting out. Great God. Out. All of you. The cadets rush to the doors. First cadet. The tiger wakes. Cyrano. Every man, out. Leave me alone with him. Second cadet. We shall find him minced fine, minced into hash. In a big pasty. Ragueneau. I am turning pale. And curl up, like a napkin, limp and white. Carbon. Let us be gone. Another. He will not leave a crumb. Another. I die of fright to think what will pass here. Another, shutting door right. Something too horrible. All have gone out by different doors, some by the staircase. Cyrano and Christian are face to face, looking at each other for a moment. Scene 2.x. Cyrano, Christian. Cyrano. Embrace me now. Christian. Sir. Cyrano. You are brave. Christian. Oh. But. Cyrano. Nay, I insist. Christian. Pray tell me. Cyrano. Come, embrace. I am her brother. Christian. Whose brother? Cyrano. Hers I faith. Roxana's. Christian, rushing up to him. Oh heavens! Her brother? Cyrano. Cousin brother, the same thing. Christian. And she has told you? Cyrano. All. Christian. She loves me? Say. Cyrano. Maybe. Christian, taking his hands. How glad I am to meet you, sir. Cyrano. That may be called a sudden sentiment. Christian. I ask your pardon. Cyrano, looking at him, with his hand on his shoulder. True, he's fair, the villain. Christian. Ah, sir. If you but knew my admiration. Cyrano. But all those noses. Christian. Oh. I take them back. Cyrano. Roxana expects a letter. Christian. Woe the day. Cyrano. How? Christian. I am lost if I but ope my lips. Cyrano. Why so? Christian. I am a fool could die for shame. Cyrano. None is a fool who knows himself a fool. And you did not attack me like a fool. Christian. Bah. One finds battle cry to lead th assault. I have a certain military wit. But, before women, can but hold my tongue. Their eyes. True, when I pass, their eyes are kind. Cyrano. And, when you stay, their hearts, methinks, are kinder. Christian. No. For I am one of those men tongue-tied. I know it who can never tell their love. Cyrano. And I, meseems, had nature been more kind, more careful, when she fashioned me had been one of those men who well could speak their love. Christian. Oh, to express one's thoughts with facile grace. Cyrano. To be a musketeer, with handsome face. Christian. Roxana is precious. I'm sure to prove a disappointment to her. Cyrano, looking at him. Had I but such an interpreter to speak my soul. Christian, with despair. Eloquence. Where to find it? Cyrano, abruptly. That I lend. If you lend me your handsome victor charms. Blended, we make a hero of romance. Christian. How so? Cyrano. Think you can repeat what things I daily teach your tongue? Christian. What do you mean? Cyrano. Roxana shall never have a disillusion. Say, wilt thou that we woo her, double-handed? Wilt thou that we two woo her, both together? Feel'st thou, passing from my leather doublet, through thy laced doublet, all my soul inspiring? Christian. But, Cyrano. Cyrano. Will you, I say? Christian. I fear. Cyrano. Since, by yourself, you fear to chill her heart. Will you to kindle all her heart to flame? Wed into one my phrases and your lips? Christian. Your eyes flash. Cyrano. Will you? Christian. Will it please you so? Give you such pleasure? Cyrano, madly. It? Then calmly, businesslike. It would amuse me. It is an enterprise to tempt a poet. Will you complete me, and let me complete you? You march victorious, I go in your shadow. Let me be wit for you, be you my beauty. Christian. The letter, that she waits for even now. I never can. Cyrano, taking out the letter he had written. See. Here it is, your letter. Christian. What? Cyrano. Take it. Look, it wants but the address. Christian. But I. Cyrano. Fear nothing. Send it. It will suit. Christian. But have you? Cyrano. Oh. We have our pockets full. We poets, of love letters, writ to Chloe's. Daphne's creations of our noddle heads. Our lady loves phantasms of our brains. Dream fancies blown into soap bubbles. Come. Take it, and change feigned love words into true. I breathe my sighs and moans haphazard wise. Call all these wandering lovebirds home to nest. You'll see that I was in these lettered lines. Eloquent all the more, the less sincere. Take it, and make an end. Christian. Were it not well to change some words, written haphazard wise? Will it fit Roxana? Cyrano. 'Twill fit like a glove. Christian. But. Cyrano. Ah, credulity of love. Roxana will think each word inspired by herself. Christian. My friend. He throws himself into Cyrano's arms. They remain thus. Scene 2.11. Cyrano, Christian, the Gascons, the Musketeer, Lisa. A cadet, half opening the door. Not here, the silence of the grave. I dare not look. He puts his head in. Why? All the cadets, entering, and seeing Cyrano and Christian embracing. Oh! A cadet. This passes all. Consternation. The Musketeer, mockingly. Ho, ho. Carbon. Our demon has become a saint? Struck on one nostril low. He turns the other. Musketeer. Then we may speak about his nose, henceforth. Calling to Lisa, boastfully. Ah, Lisa, see here. Sniffing ostentatiously. Oh heavens, what a stink. Going up to Cyrano. You, sir, without a doubt have sniffed it up. What is the smell I notice here? Cyrano, cuffing his head. Clove heads. General delight. The cadets have found the old Cyrano again. They turn. Somersaults. Curtain. Act 3. Roxana's kiss. A small square in the old Marais. Old houses. A perspective of little streets. On the right Roxana's house and the wall of her garden overhung with thick foliage. Window and balcony over the door. A bench in front. From the bench and the stones jutting out of the wall it is easy to climb to the balcony. In front of an old house in the same style of brick and stone. The knocker of this door is bandaged with linen like a sore thumb. At the rising of the curtain the duenna is seated on the bench. The window on Roxana's balcony is wide open. Ragueneau is standing near the door in a sort of livery. He has just finished relating something to the duenna, and is wiping his eyes. Scene 3. Ragueneau, the duenna. Then Roxana, Cyrano, and 2 pages. Ragueneau. And then, off she went, with a musketeer. Deserted and ruined too, I would make an end of all, and so hanged myself. My last breath was drawn. Then in comes Monsieur de Bergerac. He cuts me down, and begs his cousin to take me for her steward. The duenna. Well, but how came it about that you were thus ruined? Ragueneau. Oh! Lisa loved the warriors, and I loved the poets. What cakes there were! That Apollo chanced to leave were quickly snapped up by Mars. Thus ruin was not long a coming. The duenna, rising, and calling up to the open window. Roxana, are you ready? They wait for us. Roxana's voice, from the window. I will but put me on a cloak. The duenna, to Ragueneau, showing him the door opposite. They wait us there opposite, at Clomeyre's house. She receives them all. There today the Precieuses, the poets, they read a discourse on the tender passion. Ragueneau. The tender passion? The duenna, in a mincing voice. Indeed. Calling up to the window. Roxana, and you come not down quickly, we shall miss the discourse on the tender passion. Roxana's voice. I come. I come. A sound of stringed instruments approaching. Cyrano's voice, behind the scenes, singing. La, 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 la. The duenna, surprised. They serenade us? Cyrano, followed by 2 pages with archlutes. I tell you they are demi-semi-quavers, demi-semi-fool. First page, ironically. You know then, sir, to distinguish between semi-quavers and demi-semi-quavers? Cyrano. Is not every disciple of Gassendi a musician? The page, playing and singing. La, la. Cyrano, snatching the lute from him, and going on with the phrase. In proof of which, I can continue. La, 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 la. Roxana, appearing on the balcony. What? 'Tis you? Cyrano, going on with the air, and singing to it. 'Tis I, who come to serenade your lilies, and pay my devoir to your rooses. Roxana. I am coming down. She leaves the balcony. The duenna, pointing to the pages. How come these two virtuosi here? Cyrano. 'Tis for a wager I won of Diasusi. We were disputing a nice point in grammar, contradictions raged hotly. 'Tis so. Nay, 'tis so, when suddenly he shows me these two long shanks, whom he takes about with him as an escort, and who are skillful in scratching lute strings with their skinny claws. I will wager you a day's music, says he, and lost it. Thus, see you, till Phoebus' chariot starts once again, these lute twangers are at my heels. Seeing all I do, hearing all I say, and accompanying all with melody. 'Twas pleasant at the first, but I faith, I begin to weary of it already. To the musicians. Ho there! Go serenade Montfleury for me. Play a dance to him. The pages go toward the door. To the duenna. I have come, as is my wont, nightly, to ask Roxana whether. To the pages, who are going out. Play a long time and play out of tune. To the duenna. Whether her soul's elected is ever the same, ever faultless. Roxana, coming out of the house. Ah! How handsome he is, how brilliant a wit. And how well I love him. Cyrano, smiling. Christian has so brilliant a wit? Roxana. Brighter than even your own, cousin. Cyrano. Be it so, with all my heart. Roxana. Ah! Methinks 'twere impossible that there could breathe a man on this earth, skilled to say as sweetly as he all the pretty nothings that mean so much. That mean all. At times his mind seems far away, the muse says naught, and then, presto! He speaks bewitchingly. Enchantingly. Cyrano, incredulously. No, no. Roxana. Fie! That is ill said. But lo! Men are ever thus. Because he is fair to see, you would have it that he must be dull of speech. Cyrano. He hath an eloquent tongue in telling his love? Roxana. In telling his love? Why, 'tis not simple telling, 'tis dissertation, 'tis analysis. Cyrano. How is he with the pen? Roxana. Still better. Listen here. Reciting. The more of my poor heart you take, the larger grows my heart. Triumphantly to Cyrano. How like you those lines? Cyrano. Pooh. Roxana. And thus it goes on. And, since some target I must show, for Cupid's cruel dart. Oh, if mine own you deign to keep, then give me your sweetheart. Cyrano. Lord. First he has too much, then anon not enough. How much heart does the fellow want? Roxana. You would vex a saint, but 'tis your jealousy. Cyrano, starting. What mean you? Roxana. I, your poet's jealousy. Hark now, if this again be not tender sweet. My heart to yours sounds but one cry. If kisses fast could flee by letter, then with your sweet lips my letters read should be. If kisses could be writ with ink, if kisses fast could flee. Cyrano, smiling approvingly in spite of himself. Ha! Those last lines are hum. Correcting himself contemptuously. They are paltry enough. Roxana. And this? Cyrano, enchanted. Then you have his letters by heart? Roxana. Every one of them. Cyrano. By all oaths that can be sworn 'tis flattering. Roxana. They are the lines of a master. Cyrano, modestly. Come, nay. A master. Roxana. I say it a master. Cyrano. Good be it so. The duenna, coming down quickly. Here comes Monsieur de Guiche. To Cyrano, pushing him toward the house. In with you. 'Twere best he see you not, it might perchance put him on the scent. Roxana, to Cyrano. Of my own dear secret. He loves me, and is powerful, and, if he knew, then all were lost. Mary. He could well deal a death blow to my love. Cyrano, entering the house. Good. Good. De Guiche appears. Scene 3.2. Roxana, de Guiche, the duenna standing a little way off. Roxana, courtesying to de Guiche. I was going out. De Guiche. I come to take my leave. Roxana. Whither go you? De Guiche. To the war. Roxana. Ah. De Guiche. Tonight. Roxana. Oh. De Guiche. I am ordered away. We are to besiege Arras. Roxana. To besiege. De Guiche. My going moves you not, meseems. Roxana. Nay. De Guiche. I am grieved to the core of the heart. Shall I again behold you, when? I know not. Heard you that I am named commander? Roxana, indifferently. Bravo. De Guiche. Of the Guards Regiment. Roxana, startled. What? The Guards? De Guiche. Where serves your cousin, the swaggering boaster? I will find a way to revenge myself on him at Arras. Roxana, choking. What mean you? The Guards go to Arras? De Guiche, laughing. Bethink you, is it not my own regiment? Roxana, falling seated on the bench aside. Christian. De Guiche. What ails you? Roxana, moved deeply. Oh, I am in despair. The man one loves, at the war. De Guiche, surprised and delighted. You say such sweet words to me. 'Tis the first time, and just when I must quit you. Roxana, collected, and fanning herself. Thus you would fain revenge your grudge against my cousin? De Guiche. My fair lady is on his side. Roxana. Nay, against him. De Guiche. Do you see him often? Roxana. But very rarely. De Guiche. He is ever to be met now in company with one of the cadets. One new villain Viller. Roxana. Of high stature? De Guiche. Fair-haired. Roxana. A red-headed fellow. De Guiche. Handsome. Roxana. Tut. De Guiche. But dull-witted. Roxana. One would think so, to look at him. Changing her tone. How mean you to play your revenge on Cyrano? Perchance you think to put him the thick of the shots? Nay, believe me, that were a poor vengeance. He would love such a post better than aught else. I know the way to wound his pride far more keenly. De Guiche. What then? Tell. Roxana. If, when the regiment marched to Arras, he were left here with his beloved boon companions, the cadets, to sit with crossed arms so long as the war lasted. There is your method. Would you enrage a man of his kind, cheat him of his chance of mortal danger, and you punish him right fiercely? De Guiche, coming nearer. O woman! Woman! Who but a woman had devised so subtle a trick? Roxana. See you not how he will eat out his heart, while his friends gnaw their thick fists for that they are deprived of the battle? So are you best avenged. De Guiche. You love me, then, a little? She smiles. I would fain seeing you thus espouse my cause, Roxana believe it a proof of love. Roxana. 'Tis a proof of love. De Guiche, showing some sealed papers. Here are the marching orders, they will be sent instantly to each company. Except. He detaches one. This one. 'Tis that of the cadets. He puts it in his pocket. This I keep. Laughing. Ha. 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 Cyrano. His love of battle, so you can play tricks on people, you, of all ladies. Roxana. Sometimes. De Guiche, coming close to her. Oh. How I love you, to distraction. Listen. Tonight true, I ought to start, but how leave you now that I feel your heart is touched? Hard by, in the Rue d'Orleans, is a convent founded by Father Athanasius, the syndic of the Capuchins. True that no layman may enter, but I can settle that with the good fathers. Their habit sleeves are wide enough to hide me in. 'Tis they who serve Richelieu's private chapel, and from respect to the uncle, fear the nephew. All will deem me gone. I will come to you, masked. Give me leave to wait till tomorrow, sweet lady fanciful. Roxana. But, of this be rumored, your glory. De Guiche. Bah. Roxana. But the siege heiress. De Guiche. 'Twill take its chance. Grant but permission. Roxana. No. De Guiche. Give me leave. Roxana, tenderly. It were my duty to forbid you. De Guiche. Ah. Roxana. You must go. Aside. Christian stays here. Aloud. I would have you heroic Antoine. De Guiche. O heavenly word. You love, then, him. Roxana. For whom I trembled. De Guiche, in an ecstasy. Ah. I go then. He kisses her hand. Are you content? Roxana. Yes, my friend. He goes out. The duenna, making behind his back a mocking courtesy. Yes, my friend. Roxana, to the duenna. Not a word of what I have done. Cyrano would never pardon me for stealing his fighting from him. She calls toward the house. Cousin. Scene 3.3. Roxana, the duenna, Cyrano. Roxana. We are going to Clamire's house. She points to the door opposite. Alcandra and Lysimon are to discourse. The duenna, putting her little finger in her ear. Yes. But my little finger tells me we shall miss them. Cyrano. 'Twere a pity to miss such apes. They have come to Clamire's door. The duenna. Oh, see. The knocker is muffled up. Speaking to the knocker. So they have gagged that metal tongue of yours, little noisy one, lest it should disturb the fine orators. She lifts it carefully and knocks with precaution. Roxana, seeing that the door opens. Let us enter. On the threshold, to Cyrano. If Christian comes, as I feel sure he will, bid him wait for me. Cyrano, quickly, as she is going in. Listen. She turns. What mean you to question him on, as is your wont, tonight? Roxana. Oh. Cyrano, eagerly. Well, say. Roxana. But you will be mute. Cyrano. Mute as a fish. Roxana. I shall not question him at all, but say, give rein to your fancy. Prepare. Not your speeches, but speak the thoughts as they come. Speak to me of love. And speak splendidly. Cyrano, smiling. Very good. Roxana. But secret. Cyrano. Secret. Roxana. Not a word. She enters and shuts the door. Cyrano, when the door is shut, bowing to her. 1,000 thanks. The door opens again, and Roxana puts her head out. Roxana. Lest he prepare himself. Cyrano. The devil, no, no. Both together. Secret. The door shuts. Cyrano, calling. Christian. Scene 3.4. Cyrano, Christian. Cyrano. I know all that is needful. Here's occasion. For you to deck yourself with glory. Come. Lose no time, put away those sulky looks. Come to your house with me, I'll teach you. Christian. No. Cyrano. Why? Christian. I will wait for Roxana here. Cyrano. How? Crazy. Come quick with me and learn. Christian. No, no. I say. I am aweary of these borrowed letters. Borrowed love-makings. Thus to act a part. And tremble all the time, 'twas well enough. At the beginning, now I know she loves. I fear no longer, I will speak myself. Cyrano. Mercy. Christian. And how know you I cannot speak? I am not such a fool when all is said. I've by your lessons profited. You'll see. I shall know how to speak alone. The devil. I know at least to clasp her in my arms. Seeing Roxana come out from Clomeyer's house. It is she. Cyrano, no, leave me not. Cyrano, bowing. Speak for yourself, my friend, and take your chance. He disappears behind the garden wall. Scene 3.v. Christian, Roxana, the duenna. Roxana, coming out of Clomeyer's house, with a company of friends, whom she leaves. Bows and goodbyes. Bartenoid, Alcandra, Gramiani. The duenna, bitterly disappointed. We've missed the speech upon the tender passion. Goes into Roxana's house. Roxana, still bowing. Eurymedont adieu. All bow to Roxana and to each other, and then separate, going up different streets. Roxana suddenly seeing Christian. You. She goes to him. Evening falls. Let's sit. Speak on. I listen. Christian, sits by her on the bench. A silence. Oh. I love you. Roxana, shutting her eyes. Speak to me of love. Christian. I love thee. Roxana. That's the theme. But vary it. Christian. Roxana. Vary it. Christian. I love you so. Roxana. Oh. Without doubt, and then. Christian. And then I should be oh, so glad so glad. If you would love me, Roxana, tell me so. Roxana, with a little grimace. I hope for cream you give me gruel. Say. How love possesses you. Christian. Oh utterly. Roxana. Come, unknot those tangled sentiments. Christian. Your throat I'd kiss it. Roxana. Christian. Christian. I love thee. Roxana, half rising. Again. Christian, eagerly, detaining her. No, no. I love thee not. Roxana, reciting herself. 'Tis well. Christian. But I adore thee. Roxana, rising, and going further off. Oh. Christian. I am grown stupid. Roxana, dryly. And that displeases me, almost as much as 'twould displease me if you grew ill-favored. Christian. But Roxana. Rally your poor eloquence that's flown. Christian. I. Roxana. Yes, you love me, that I know. Adieu. She goes toward her house. Christian. Oh, go not yet. I tell you. Roxana, opening the door. You adore me? I've heard it very oft. No, go away. Christian. But I would fain. She shuts the door in his face. Cyrano, who has re-entered unseen. I faith. It is successful. Scene 3.vi. Christian, Cyrano, 2 pages. Christian. Come to my aid. Cyrano. Not I. Christian. But I shall die. Unless at once I win back her fair favor. Cyrano. And how can I, at once, ith devil's name, lesson you in? Christian, seizing his arm. Oh, she is there. The window of the balcony is now lighted up. Cyrano, moved. Her window. Christian. Oh. I shall die. Cyrano. Speak lower. Christian, in a whisper. I shall die. Cyrano. The night is dark. Christian. Well. Cyrano. All can be repaired. Although you merit not. Stand there, poor wretch. Fronting the balcony. I'll go beneath. And prompt your words to you. Christian. But. Cyrano. Hold your tongue. The pages, reappearing at back to Cyrano. Ho. Cyrano. Hush. He signs to them to speak softly. First page, in a low voice. We played the serenade you bade. To Montfleury. Cyrano, quickly, in a low voice. Go. Lurk in ambush there. One at this street corner, and one at that. And if a passerby should here intrude, play you a tune. Second page. What tune, Sir Gascendist? Cyrano. Gay, if a woman comes for a man, sad. The pages disappear, one at each street corner. To Christian. Call her. Christian. Roxana. Cyrano, picking up stones and throwing them at the window. Some pebbles. Wait a while. Roxana, half opening the casement. Who calls me? Christian. I. Roxana. Who's that? Christian. Christian. Roxana, disdainfully. Oh. You. Christian. I would speak with you. Cyrano, under the balcony to Christian. Good. Speak soft and low. Roxana. No, you speak stupidly. Christian. Oh, pity me. Roxana. No. You love me no more. Christian, prompted by Cyrano. You say great heaven. I love no more, when I love more and more. Roxana, who was about to shut the casement, pausing. Hold. 'Tis a trifle better. I, a trifle. Christian, same play. Love grew apace, rocked by the anxious beating of this poor heart, which the cruel wanton boy took for a cradle. Roxana, coming out onto the balcony. That is better. But. And if you deem that Cupid be so cruel, you should have stifled baby love in's cradle. Christian, same play. Ah, madam, I essayed, but all in vain. This newborn babe is a young Hercules. Roxana. Still better. Christian, same play. Thus he strangled in my heart the serpents twain, of pride and doubt. Roxana, leaning over the balcony. Well said. But why so faltering? Has mental palsy seized on your faculty imaginative? Cyrano, drawing Christian under the balcony, and slipping into his place. Give place. This waxes critical. Roxana. Today. Your words are hesitating. Cyrano, imitating Christian in a whisper. Night has come. In the dusk they grope their way to find your ear. Roxana. But my words find no such impediment. Cyrano. They find their way at once. Small wonder that. For 'tis within my heart they find their home. Bethink how large my heart, how small your ear. And from fair heights descending, words fall fast. But mine must mount, madam, and that takes time. Roxana. Meseems that your last words have learned to climb. Cyrano. With practice such gymnastic grows less hard. Roxana. In truth, I seem to speak from distant heights. Cyrano. True, far above, at such a height 'twere death. If a hard word from you fell on my heart. Roxana, moving. I will come down. Cyrano, hastily. No. Roxana, showing him the bench under the balcony. Mount then on the bench. Cyrano, starting back alarmed. No. Roxana. How, you will not? Cyrano, more and more moved. Stay a while. 'Tis sweet. The rare occasion, when our hearts can speak. Ourselves unseen, unseeing. Roxana. Why unseen? Cyrano. It is sweet. Half hidden, half revealed. You see the dark folds of my shrouding cloak. And I, the glimmering whiteness of your dress. I but a shadow, you a radiance fair. Know you what such a moment holds for me? If ever I were eloquent. Roxana. You were. Cyrano. Yet never till tonight my speech has sprung. Straight from my heart as now it springs. Roxana. Why not? Cyrano. Till now I spoke haphazard. Roxana. What? Cyrano. Your eyes have beams that turn men dizzy, but tonight, methinks I shall find speech for the first time. Roxana. 'Tis true, your voice rings with a tone that's new. Cyrano, coming nearer, passionately. A new tone. In the tender, sheltering dusk. I dare to be myself for once at last. He stops, falters. What say I? I know not, oh, pardon me. It thrills me, 'tis so sweet, so novel. Roxana. How? So novel? Cyrano, off his balance, trying to find the thread of his sentence. I to be at last sincere. Till now, my chilled heart, fearing to be mocked. Roxana. Mocked, and for what? Cyrano. For its mad beating. My heart has clothed itself with witty words. To shroud itself from curious eyes impelled. At times to aim at a star, I stay my hand. And, fearing ridicule, cull a wild flower. Roxana. A wild flower's sweet. Cyrano. But tonight the star. Roxana. Oh. Never have you spoken thus before. Cyrano. If, leaving Cupid's arrows, quivers, torches, we turn to seek for sweeter, fresher things. Instead of sipping in a pygmy glass, dull fashionable waters did we try. How the soul slakes its thirst in fearless draught. By drinking from the river's flooding brim. Roxana. But wit. Cyrano. If I have used it to arrest you. At the first starting now, 'twould be an outrage. An insult to the perfumed night, to nature. To speak fine words that garnish vain love letters. Look up but at her stars. The quiet heaven will ease our hearts of all things artificial. I fear lest, midst the alchemy we're skilled in, the truth of sentiment dissolve and vanish. The soul exhausted by these empty pastimes. The gain of fine things be the loss of all things. Roxana. But wit? I say. Cyrano. In love 'tis crime 'tis hateful. Turning frank loving into subtle fencing. At last the moment comes, inevitable. Oh, woe for those who never know that moment. When feeling love exists in us, ennobling. Each well-weighed word is futile and soul-saddening. Roxana. Well, if that moment's come for us, suppose it. What words would serve you? Cyrano. All, all, whatever. That came to me, e'en as they came, I'd fling them. In a wild cluster, not a careful bouquet. I love thee. I am mad. I love, I stifle. Thy name is in my heart as in a sheep bell. And as I ever tremble, thinking of thee. Ever the bell shakes, ever thy name ringeth. All things of thine I mind, for I love all things. I know that last year on the 12th of May month. To walk abroad, one day you changed your hair plaits. I am so used to take your hair for daylight. That like as when the eye stares on the sun's disk. One sees long after a red blot on all things. So, when I quit thy beams, my dazzled vision sees upon all things a blonde stain imprinted. Roxana, agitated. Why, this is love indeed. Cyrano. True, the feeling which fills me, terrible and jealous, truly. Love which is ever sad amid its transports. Love and yet, strangely, not a selfish passion. I for your joy would gladly lay mine own down. E'en though you never were to know it, never. If but at times I might far off and lonely hear some gay echo of the joy I bought you. Each glance of thine awakes in me a virtue. A novel, unknown valor. Dost begin, sweet, to understand? So late, dost understand me? Feel'st thou my soul, here, through the darkness mounting? Too fair the night? Too fair the moment. That I should speak thus, and that you should hearken. Too fair. In moments when my hopes rose proudest. I never hoped such guerdon. Naught is left me but to die now. Have words of mine the power to make you tremble thrown there in the branches. I, like a leaf among the leaves, you tremble. You tremble. For I feel, and if you will it, or will it not, your hands beloved trembling, thrill through the branches, down your sprays of jasmine. He kisses passionately one of the hanging tendrils. Roxana. I am trembling, weeping, I am thine. Thou hast conquered all of me. Cyrano. Then let death come. 'Tis I myself, who conquered thee. One thing, but one, I dare to ask. Christian, under the balcony. A kiss. Roxana, drawing back. What? Cyrano. Oh. Roxana. You ask? Cyrano. I. To Christian, whispering. Fool. You go too quick. Christian. Since she is moved thus, I will profit by it. Cyrano, to Roxana. My words sprang thoughtlessly, but now I see. Shame on me, I was too presumptuous. Roxana, a little chilled. How quickly you withdraw. Cyrano. Yes, I withdraw. Without withdrawing. Hurt I modesty? If so, the kiss I asked, oh, grant it not. Christian, to Cyrano, pulling him by his cloak. Why? Cyrano. Silence, Christian. Hush. Roxana, leaning over. What whisper you? Cyrano. I chid myself for my too bold advances. Said, silence, Christian. The lutes begin to play. Hark. Wait a while. Steps come. Roxana shuts the window. Cyrano listens to the lutes, one of which plays a merry, the other a melancholy, tune. Why, they play sad then gay then sad. What? Neither man nor woman, oh. A monk. Enter a Capuchin friar, with a lantern. He goes from house to house, looking at every door. Scene 3.7. Cyrano, Christian, a Capuchin friar. Cyrano, to the friar. What do you, playing at Diogenes? The friar. I seek the house of Madam. Christian. Oh! Plague take him. The friar. Madeleine Robin. Christian. What would he? Cyrano, pointing to a street at the back. This way. Straight on. The friar. I thank you, and, in your intention, will tell my rosary to its last bead. He goes out. Cyrano. Good luck. My blessings rest upon your cowl. He goes back to Christian. Scene 3.8. Cyrano, Christian. Christian. Oh! Win for me that kiss. Cyrano. No. Christian. Soon or late. Cyrano. 'Tis true. The moment of intoxication. Of madness when your mouths are sure to meet. Thanks to your fair mustache and her rose lips. To himself. I'd fainer it should come thanks to. A sound of shutters reopening. Christian goes in again under the balcony. Scene 3.9. Cyrano, Christian, Roxana. Roxana, coming out on the balcony. Still there? We spoke of a. Cyrano. A kiss. The word is sweet. I see not why your lip should shrink from it. If the word burns it, what would the kiss do? Oh! Let it not your bashfulness affright. Have you not, all this time, insensibly left badinage aside, and unalarmed glided from smile to sigh, from sigh to weeping? Glide gently, imperceptibly, still onward. From tear to kiss, a moment's thrill, a heartbeat. Roxana. Hush. Hush. Cyrano. A kiss, when all is said, what is it? An oath that's ratified, a sealed promise. A heart's avowal claiming confirmation. A rose dot on the eye of adoration. A secret that to mouth, not ear, is whispered. Brush of a bee's wing, that makes time eternal. Communion perfumed like the spring's wild flowers. The heart's relieving in the heart's outbreathing. When to the lips the soul's flood rises, brimming. Roxana. Hush. Hush. Cyrano. A kiss, madam, is honorable. The Queen of France, to a most favored lord, did grant a kiss, the Queen herself. Roxana. What then? Cyrano, speaking more warmly. Buckingham suffered dumbly, so have I. Adored his Queen, as loyally as I. Was sad, but faithful, so am I. Roxana. And you? Are fair as Buckingham. Cyrano, aside suddenly cooled. True, I forgot. Roxana. Must I then bid thee mount to cull this flower? Cyrano, pushing Christian toward the balcony. Mount. Roxana. This heart breathing. Cyrano. Mount. Roxana. This brush of bee's wing. Cyrano. Mount. Christian, hesitating. But I feel now, as though 'twere ill done. Roxana. This moment infinite. Cyrano, still pushing him. Come, blockhead, mount. Christian springs forward, and by means of the bench, the branches, and the pillars, climbs to the balcony and strides over it. Christian. Ah, Roxana. He takes her in his arms, and bends over her lips. Cyrano. Ai. Strange pain that wrings my heart. The kiss, love's feast, so near. I, Lazarus, lie at the gate in darkness. Yet to me falls still a crumb or two from the rich man's board. 'Tis my heart receives thee, Roxana mine. For on the lips you press, you kiss as well. The words I spoke just now, my words, my words. The lutes play. A sad air, a gay air, the monk. He begins to run as if he came from a long way off, and cries out. Hola! Roxana! Who is it? Cyrano. I was but passing by. Is Christian there? Christian, astonished. Cyrano. Roxana. Good day, cousin. Cyrano. Cousin, good day. Roxana. I'm coming. She disappears into the house. At the back re-enter the friar. Christian, seeing him. Back again. He follows Roxana. Scene 3.x. Cyrano, Christian, Roxana, the friar, Ragueneau. The friar. 'Tis here, I'm sure of it, Madame Madeleine Robin. Cyrano. Why, you said Arolin. The friar. No, not I. Bin Ben. Roxana, appearing on the threshold, followed by Ragueneau, who carries a lantern, and Christian. What is tea? The friar. A letter. Christian. What? The friar, to Roxana. Oh, it can boot but a holy business. 'Tis from a worthy lord. Roxana, to Christian. De Guiche. Christian. He dares. Roxana. Oh, he will not importune me forever. Unsealing the letter. I love you therefore. She reads in a low voice by the aid of Ragueneau's lantern. Lady. The drums beat. My regiment buckles its harness on. And starts, but they deem me gone before. But I stay. I have dared to disobey your mandate. I am here in convent walls. I come to you tonight. By this poor monk. A simple fool who knows not what he bears. I send this missive to apprise your ear. Your lips erewhile have smiled on me, too sweet. I go not ere I've seen them once again. I would be private, send each soul away. Receive alone him whose great boldness you have deigned, I hope, to pardon, ere he asks. He who is ever your etc. To the monk. Father, this is the matter of the letter. All come near her, and she reads aloud. Lady. The cardinal's wish is law, albeit it be to you unwelcome. For this cause, I send these lines to your fair ear addressed by a holy man, discreet, intelligent. It is our will that you receive from him, in your own house, the marriage. She turns the page. Benediction. Straightway, this night, unknown to all the world, Christian becomes your husband. Him we send. He is abhorrent to your choice. Let be. Resign yourself, and this obedience will be by heaven well recompensed. Receive, fair lady, all assurance of respect from him who ever was, and still remains, your humble and obliged etc. The friar, with great delight. O worthy lord! I knew naught was to fear. It could be but holy business. Roxana, to Christian, in a low voice. Am I not apt at reading letters? Christian. Hum. Roxana, aloud, with despair. But this is horrible. The friar, who has turned his lantern on Cyrano. 'Tis you. Christian. 'Tis I. The friar, turning the light onto him, and as if a doubt struck him on seeing his beauty. But, Roxana, quickly. I have overlooked the postscript C. Give 20 pistoles for the convent. The friar. O. Most worthy lord. To Roxana. Submit you. Roxana, with a martyr's look. I submit. While Ragueneau opens the door, and Christian invites the friar to enter, she whispers to Cyrano. Oh, keep De Guiche at bay. He will be here. Let him not enter till. Cyrano. I understand. To the friar. What time need you to tie the marriage knot? The friar. A quarter of an hour. Cyrano, pushing them all toward the house. Go. I stay. Roxana, to Christian. Come. They enter. Cyrano. Now, how to detain De Guiche so long? He jumps on the bench, climbs to the balcony by the wall. Come, up I go, I have my plan. The lutes begin to play a very sad air. What, ho? The tremolo grows more and more weird. It is a man. 'Tis a man this time. He is on the balcony, pulls his hat over his eyes, takes off his sword, wraps himself in his cloak, then leans over. 'Tis not too high? He strides across the balcony, and drawing to him a long branch of one of the trees that are by the garden wall, he hangs onto it with both hands, ready to let himself fall. I'll shake this atmosphere. Scene 3.11. Cyrano, De Guiche. De Guiche, who enters, masked, feeling his way in the dark. What can that cursed friar be about? Cyrano. The devil, if he knows my voice. Letting go with one hand, he pretends to turn an invisible key. Solemnly. Crick. Crack. Assume thou, Cyrano, to serve the turn. The accent of thy native Bergerac. De Guiche, looking at the house. 'Tis there. I see dim, this mask hinders me. He is about to enter, when Cyrano leaps from the balcony, holding on to the branch, which bends, dropping him between the door and De Guiche. He pretends to fall heavily, as from a great height, and lies flat on the ground. Motionless, as if stunned. De Guiche starts back. What's this? When he looks up, the branch has sprung back into its place. He sees only the sky, and is lost in amazement. Where fell that man from? Cyrano, sitting up, and speaking with a Gascon accent. From the moon. De Guiche. From. Cyrano, in a dreamy voice. What's o'clock? De Guiche. He's lost his mind, for sure. Cyrano. What hour? What country this? What month? What day? De Guiche. But. Cyrano. I am stupefied. De Guiche. Sir. Cyrano. Like a bomb. I fell from the moon. De Guiche, impatiently. Come now. Cyrano, rising, in a terrible voice. I say the moon. De Guiche, recoiling. Good, good. Let it be so, he's raving mad. Cyrano, walking up to him. I say from the moon. I mean no metaphor. De Guiche. But. Cyrano. Was 100 years a minute, since? I cannot guess what time that fall embraced. That I was in that saffron-colored ball? De Guiche, shrugging his shoulders. Good. Let me pass. Cyrano, intercepting him. Where am I? Tell the truth. Fear not to tell. Oh, spare me not. Where? Where? Have I fallen like a shooting star? De Guiche. Morbleu. Cyrano. The fall was lightning quick. No time to choose. Where I should fall I know not where it be. Oh, tell me. Is it on a moon or earth? That my posterior weight has landed me? De Guiche. I tell you, sir. Cyrano, with a screech of terror, which makes De Guiche start back. No. Can it be? I'm on a planet where men have black faces? De Guiche, putting a hand to his face. What? Cyrano, feigning great alarm. Am I in Africa? A native you? De Guiche, who has remembered his mask. This mask of mine. Cyrano, pretending to be reassured. In Venice. Ha, or Rome. De Guiche, trying to pass. A lady waits. Cyrano, quite reassured. Oh ho. I am in Paris. De Guiche, smiling in spite of himself. The fool is comical. Cyrano. You laugh? De Guiche. I laugh. But would get by? Cyrano, beaming with joy. I have shot back to Paris. Quite at ease, laughing, dusting himself, bowing. Come pardon me by the last waterspout. Covered with ether accident of travel. My eyes still full of stardust, and my spurs encumbered by the planet's filaments. Picking something off his sleeve. Ha! On my doublet, ah, a comet's hair. He puffs as if to blow it away. De Guiche, beside himself. Sir. Cyrano, just as he is about to pass, holds out his leg as if to show him something and stops him. In my leg the calf there is a tooth of the great bear, and, passing Neptune close, I would avoid his trident's point, and fell. Thus sitting, plump, right in the scales. My weight is marked, still registered, up there in heaven. Hurriedly preventing De Guiche from passing, and detaining him by the button of his doublet. I swear to you that if you squeezed my nose, it would spout milk. De Guiche. Milk. Cyrano. From the Milky Way. De Guiche. Oh, go to hell. Cyrano, crossing his arms. I fall, sir, out of heaven. Now, would you credit it, that as I fell, I saw that Sirius wears a nightcap? True. Confidentially. The other bear is still too small to bite. Laughing. I went through the lyre, but I snapped a cord. Grandiloquent. I mean to write the whole thing in a book. The small gold stars, that, wrapped up in my cloak, I carried safe away at no small risks, will serve for asterisks I the printed page. De Guiche. Come, make an end. I want. Cyrano. Oh ho. You are sly. De Guiche. Sir. Cyrano. You would worm all out of me, the way the moon is made, and if men breathe and live in its rotund cucurbita? De Guiche, angrily. No, no. I want. Cyrano. Ha, ha, to know how I got up? Hark, it was by a method all my own. De Guiche, wearied. He's mad. Cyrano, contemptuously. No. Not for me the stupid eagle of Regiomontanus, nor the timid pigeon of Archytas, neither of those. De Guiche. 'Tis a fool. But 'tis a learned fool. Cyrano. No imitator I of other men. De Guiche has succeeded in getting by, and goes toward Roxana's door. Cyrano follows him, ready to stop him by force. 6 novel methods, all, this brain invented. De Guiche, turning round. 6. Cyrano, volubly. First, with body naked as your hand, festooned about with crystal flacons, full. OTH tears the early morning dew distills. My body to the sun's fierce rays exposed. To let it suck me up, as tea sucks the dew. De Guiche, surprised, making one step toward Cyrano. Ah! That makes one. Cyrano, stepping back, and enticing him further away. And then, the second way. To generate wind for my impetus. To rarefy air, in a cedar case. By mirrors placed icosahedron wise. De Guiche, making another step. 2. Cyrano, still stepping backward. Or for I have some mechanic skill. To make a grasshopper, with springs of steel. And launch myself by quick succeeding fires. Saltpeter fed to the stars pastures blue. De Guiche, unconsciously following him and counting on his fingers. 3. Cyrano. Or, since fumes have property to mount. To charge a globe with fumes, sufficiently. To carry me aloft. De Guiche, same play, more and more astonished. Well, that makes 4. Cyrano. Or smear myself with marrow from a bull. Since, at the lowest point of zodiac, Phoebus well loves to suck that marrow up. De Guiche, amazed. 5. Cyrano, who, while speaking, had drawn him to the other side of the square near a bench. Sitting on an iron platform thence. To throw a magnet in the air. This is a method well conceived, the magnet flown. Infallibly the iron will pursue. Then quick. Relaunch your magnet, and you thus can mount and mount unmeasured distances. De Guiche. Here are 6 excellent expedients. Which of the 6 chose you? Cyrano. Why, none, a 7th. De Guiche. Astonishing. What was it? Cyrano. I'll recount. De Guiche. This wild eccentric becomes interesting. Cyrano, making a noise like the waves, with weird gestures. How? De Guiche. Well. Cyrano. You have guessed? De Guiche. Not I. Cyrano. The tide. Ith witching hour when the moon woos the wave. I laid me, fresh from a sea bath, on the shore. And, failing not to put head foremost for the hair holds the sea water in its mesh. I rose in air, straight, like angel's flight. And mounted, gently, effortless. When lo, a sudden shock. Then, De Guiche, overcome by curiosity, sitting down on the bench. Then, Cyrano. Oh. Then, suddenly returning to his natural voice. The quarter's gone, I'll hinder you no more. The marriage vows are made. De Guiche, springing up. What? Am I mad? That voice? The house door opens. Lackeys appear carrying lighted candelabra. Light. Cyrano gracefully uncovers. That knows Cyrano. Cyrano, bowing. Cyrano. While we were chatting, they have plighted troth. De Guiche. Who? He turns round. Tableau. Behind the lackeys appear Roxana and Christian. Holding each other by the hand. The friar follows them, smiling. Ragueneau also holds a candlestick. The duenna closes the rear, bewildered, having made a hasty toilet. Heavens! Scene 3.12. The same. Roxana, Christian, the friar, Ragueneau, lackeys, the duenna. De Guiche, to Roxana. You. Recognizing Christian, in amazement. He. Bowing, with admiration, to Roxana. Cunningly contrived. To Cyrano. My compliments, Sir Apparatus Maker. Your story would arrest at Peter's Gate. Saints eager for their paradise. Note well the details. Faith. They'd make a stirring book. Cyrano, bowing. I shall not fail to follow your advice. The friar, showing with satisfaction the 2 lovers to De Guiche. A handsome couple, son, made one by you. De Guiche, with a freezing look. I. To Roxana. Bid your bridegroom, madam, fond farewell. Roxana. Why so? De Guiche, to Christian. Even now the regiment departs. Join it? Roxana. It goes to battle? De Guiche. Without doubt. Roxana. But the cadets go not. De Guiche. Oh, they go. drawing out the paper he had put in his pocket. Here is the order. To Christian. Baron, bear it, quick. Roxana, throwing herself in Christian's arms. Christian. De Guiche, sneeringly to Cyrano. The wedding night is far, methinks. Cyrano, aside. He thinks to give me pain of death by this. Christian, to Roxana. Oh. Once again. Your lips. Cyrano. Come, come, enough. Christian, still kissing Roxana. 'Tis hard to leave her, you know not. Cyrano, trying to draw him away. I know. Sound of drums beating a march in the distance. De Guiche. The regiment starts. Roxana, to Cyrano, holding back Christian, whom Cyrano is drawing away. Oh, I trust him you. Promise me that no risks shall put his life in danger. Cyrano. I will try my best, but promise that I cannot. Roxana. But swear he shall be prudent. Cyrano. Again, I'll do my best, but Roxana. In the siege. Let him not suffer. Cyrano. All that man can do. I. Roxana. That he shall be faithful. Cyrano. Doubtless, but Roxana. That he will write oft. Cyrano, pausing. That, I promise you. Curtain. Act 4. The Cadets of Gascony. Post occupied by Company of Carbon de Casteljaloux at the Siege of Arras. In the background an embankment across the whole stage. Beyond, view of plain. Extending to the horizon. The country covered with entrenchments. The walls of Arras and the outlines of its roofs against the sky in the distance. Tents. Arms strewn about, drums, etc. Day is breaking with a faint glimmer of yellow. Sunrise in the east. Sentinels at different points. Watch fires. The cadets of Gascony, wrapped in their mantles, are sleeping. Carbon de Casteljaloux and Le Bret are keeping watch. They are very pale and thin. Christian sleeps among the others in his cloak in the foreground, his face illuminated by the fire. Silence. Scene 4.I. Christian, Carbon de Casteljaloux, Le Bret, the cadets, then Cyrano. Le Bret. 'Tis terrible. Carbon. Not a morsel left. Le Bret. Mordieu. Carbon, making a sign that he should speak lower. Curse under your breath. You will awake them. To the cadets. Hush. Sleep on. To Le Bret. He who sleeps, dines. Le Bret. But that is sorry comfort for the sleepless. What starvation! Firing is heard in the distance. Carbon. Oh, plague take their firing. 'Twill wake my sons. To the cadets, who lift up their heads. Sleep on. Firing is again heard, nearer this time. A cadet, moving. The devil, again. Carbon. 'Tis nothing. 'Tis Cyrano coming back. Those who have lifted up their heads prepare to sleep again. A sentinel, from without. Ventribio. Who goes there? The voice of Cyrano. Bergerac. The sentinel, who is on the redoubt. Ventribio. Who goes there? Cyrano, appearing at the top. Bergerac, idiot. He comes down, Le Bret advances anxiously to meet him. Le Bret. Heavens. Cyrano, making signs that he should not awake the others. Hush. Le Bret. Wounded. Cyrano. Oh. You know it has become their custom to shoot at me every morning and to miss me. Le Bret. This passes all. To take letters at each day's dawn. To risk Cyrano, stopping before Christian. I promised he should write often. He looks at him. He sleeps. How pale he is. But how handsome still, despite his sufferings. If his poor little lady love knew that he is dying of hunger. Le bread. Get you quick to bed. Cyrano. Nay, never scold, Le bread. I ran but little risk. I have found me a spot. To pass the Spanish lines, where each night they lie drunk. Le bread. You should try to bring us back provision. Cyrano. A man must carry no weight who would get by there. But there will be surprise for us this night. The French will eat or die. If I mistake not. Le bread. Oh, tell me. Cyrano. Nay, not yet. I am not certain. You will see. Carbon. It is disgraceful that we should starve while we're besieging. Le bread. Alas, how full of complication is the siege of Arras. To think that while we are besieging, we should ourselves be caught in a trap and besieged by the Cardinal Infante of Spain. Cyrano. It were well done if he should be besieged in his turn. Le bread. I am in earnest. Cyrano. Oh. Indeed. Le bread. To think you risk a life so precious. For the sake of a letter. Thankless. 1. Seeing him turning to enter the tent. Where are you going? Cyrano. I am going to write another. He enters the tent and disappears. Scene 4.2. The same, all but Cyrano. The day is breaking in a rosy light. The town of Arras is golden in the horizon. The report of cannon is heard in the distance, followed immediately by the beating of drums far away to the left. Other drums are heard much nearer. Sounds of stirring in the camp. Voices of officers in the distance. Carbon, sighing. The reveille. The cadets move and stretch themselves. Nourishing sleep. Thou art at an end. I know well what will be there. First cry. A cadet, sitting up. I am so hungry. Another. I am dying of hunger. Together. Oh. Carbon. Up with you. Third cadet. Cannot move a limb. Fourth cadet. Nor can I. The first, looking at himself in a bit of armor. My tongue is yellow. The air at this season of the year is hard to digest. Another. My coronet for a bit of Chester. Another. If none can furnish to my gaster wherewith to make a pint of Kylie, I shall retire to my tent like Achilles. Another. Oh. Something. Were it but a crust. Carbon, going to the tent and calling softly. Cyrano. All the cadets. We are dying. Carbon, continuing to speak under his breath at the opening of the tent. Come to my aid, you, who have the art of quick retort and gay jest. Come. Hearten them up. Second cadet, rushing toward another who is munching something. What are you crunching there? First cadet. Cannon wad soaked in axle grease. 'Tis poor hunting round about Arras. A cadet, entering. I have been after game. Another, following him. And I after fish. All, rushing to the two newcomers. Well. What have you brought? A pheasant, a carp, come, show us quick. The angler. A gudgeon. The sportsman. A sparrow. All together, beside themselves. 'Tis more than can be borne. We will mutiny. Carbon. Cyrano. Come to my help. The daylight has now come. Scene 4.3. The same. Cyrano. Cyrano, appearing from the tent, very calm, with a pen stuck behind his ear and a book in his hand. What is wrong? Silence. To the first cadet. Why drag you your legs so sorrowfully? The cadet. I have something in my heels which weighs them down. Cyrano. And what may that be? The cadet. My stomach. Cyrano. So have I, faith. The cadet. It must be in your way. Cyrano. Nay, I am all the taller. A third. My stomach's hollow. Cyrano. Faith, 'twill make a fine drum to sound the assault. Another. I have a ringing in my ears. Cyrano. No, no, 'tis false, a hungry stomach has no ears. Another. Oh, to eat something oily. Cyrano, pulling off the cadet's helmet and holding it out to him. Behold your salad. Another. What, in God's name, can we devour? Cyrano, throwing him the book which he is carrying. The Iliad. Another. The first minister in Paris has his 4 meals a day. Cyrano. 'Twere courteous and he sent you a few partridges. The same. And why not? With wine, too. Cyrano. A little Burgundy. Richelieu, s'il vous plaît. The same. He could send it by one of his friars. Cyrano. By his eminence Joseph himself. Another. I am as ravenous as an ogre. Cyrano. Eat your patience, then. The first cadet, shrugging his shoulders. Always your pointed word. Cyrano. Pointed words. I would fain die thus, some soft summer eve. Making a pointed word for a good cause. To make a soldier's end by soldier's sword. Wielded by some brave adversary die. On blood-stained turf, not on a fever bed. A point upon my lips, a point within my heart. Cries from all. I'm hungry. Cyrano, crossing his arms. All your thoughts of meat and drink. Bertrand the fifer, you were shepherd once. Draw from its double lead-horn case your fife. Play to these greedy, guzzling soldiers. Play. Old country airs with plaintive rhythm recurring. Where lurk sweet echoes of the dear home voices. Each note of which calls like a little sister. Those airs slow ascending, as the smoke wreaths rise from the hearthstones of our native hamlets. Their music strikes the ear like Gascon patois. The old man seats himself, and gets his flute ready. Your flute was now a warrior endurance. But on its stem your fingers are a-dancing. A bird-like minuet. O flute! Remember that flutes were made of reeds first, not laburnum. Make us a music pastoral days recalling. The sole time of your youth, in country pastures. The old man begins to play the airs of Languedoc. Hark to the music, Gascons, 'tis no longer the piercing fife of camp but 'neath his fingers. The flute of the woods. No more the call to combat. 'Tis now the love song of the wandering goatherds. Hark, 'tis the valley, the wet Londis, the forest. The sunburnt shepherd boy with scarlet beret. The dusk of evening on the Dordogne river. 'Tis Gascony. Hark, Gascons, to the music. The cadets sit with bowed heads, their eyes have a far-off look as if dreaming, and they surreptitiously wipe away their tears with their cuffs and the corner of their cloaks. Carbon, to Cyrano in a whisper. But you make them weep. Cyrano. For homesickness. A nobler pain than hunger 'tis of the soul, not of the body. I am well pleased to see their pain change its viscera. Heartache is better than stomachache. Carbon. But you weaken their courage by playing thus on their heartstrings. Cyrano, making a sign to a drummer to approach. Not I. The hero that sleeps in Gascon blood is ever ready to awake in them. 'Twould suffice. He makes a signal, the drum beats. All the cadets, stand up and rush to take arms. What? What is it? Cyrano, smiling. You see. One roll of the drum is enough. Goodbye dreams, regrets, native land, love. All that the pipe called forth the drum has chased away. A cadet, looking toward the back of the stage. Ho! Here comes Monsieur de Guiche. All the cadets, muttering. Ugh, ugh. Cyrano, smiling. A flattering welcome. A cadet. We are sick to death of him. Another cadet. With his lace collar over his armor, playing the fine gentleman. Another. As if one wore linen over steel. The first. It were good for a bandage had he boils on his neck. The second. Another plodding courtier. Another cadet. His uncle's own nephew. Carbon. For all that a Gascon. The first. False Gascon, trust him not. Gascons should ever be crack-brained. Naught more dangerous than a rational Gascon. Le Bret. How pale he is. Another. Oh. He is hungry, just like us poor devils, but under his cuirass, with its fine gilt nails, his stomachache glitters brave in the sun. Cyrano, hurriedly. Let us not seem to suffer either. Out with your cards, pipes, and dice. All begin spreading out the games on the drums, the stools, the ground, and on their cloaks, and light long pipes. And I shall read Descartes. He walks up and down, reading a little book which he has drawn from his pocket. Tableau. Enter de Guiche. All appear absorbed and happy. He is very pale. He goes up to Carbon. Scene 4.4. The same. De Guiche. De Guiche, to Carbon. Good day. They examine each other. Aside, with satisfaction. He's green. Carbon, aside. He has nothing left but eyes. De Guiche, looking at the cadets. Here are the rebels. Sirs, on all sides. I hear that in your ranks you scoff at me. That the cadets, these loutish, mountain-bred, poor country squires, and barons of Perigord, scarce find for me their colonel a disdain sufficient. Call me plotter, wily courtier. It does not please their mightiness to see a point lace collar on my steel cuirass. And they enrage, because a man, in sooth, may be no ragged Robin, yet a Gascon. Silence. All smoke and play. Shall I command your captain punish you? No. Carbon. I am free, moreover will not punish. De Guiche. Carbon. I have paid my company, 'tis mine. I bow but to headquarters. De Guiche. So, in faith. That will suffice. Addressing himself to the cadets. I can despise your taunts. 'Tis well known how I bear me in the war. At Bapaume, yesterday, they saw the rage with which I beat back the Count of Bucquoy. Assembling my own men, I fell on his and charged 3 separate times. Cyrano, without lifting his eyes from his book. And your white scarf? De Guiche, surprised and gratified. You know that detail, troth. It happened thus. While caracoling to recall the troops for the third charge, a band of fugitives bore me with them, close by the hostile ranks. I was in peril capture, sudden death. When I thought of the good expedient to loosen and let fall the scarf which told my military rank, thus I contrived, without attention wake to leave the foes. And suddenly returning, reinforced with my own men, to scatter them. And now, what say you, sir? The cadets pretend not to be listening, but the cards and the dice boxes remain suspended in their hands, the smoke of their pipes in their cheeks. They wait. Cyrano. I say, that Henry Cotter had not, by any dangerous odds, been forced to strip himself of his white helmet plume. Silent delight. The cards fall, the dice rattle. The smoke is puffed. De Guiche. The ruse succeeded, though. Same suspension of play, etc. Cyrano. Oh, maybe. But one does not lightly abdicate the honor to serve as target to the enemy. Cards, dice, fall again, and the cadets smoke with evident delight. Had I been present when your scarf fell low. Our courage, sir, is of a different sort. I would have picked it up and put it on. De Guiche. Oh, I. Another Gascon boast. Cyrano. A boast? Lend it to me. I pledge myself, tonight, with it across my breast to lead th assault. De Guiche. Another Gascon vaunt. You know the scarf lies with the enemy, upon the brink of the stream. The place is riddled now with shot. No one can fetch it hither. Cyrano, drawing the scarf from his pocket, and holding it out to him. Here it is. Silence. The cadets stifle their laughter in their cards and dice boxes. De Guiche turns and looks at them, they instantly become grave, and set to play. One of them whistles indifferently the air just played by the fifer. De Guiche, taking the scarf. I thank you. It will now enable me to make a signal that I had forborne to make till now. He goes to the rampart, climbs it, and waves the scarf thrice. All. What's that? The sentinel, from the top of the rampart. See you yon man? Down there, who runs? De Guiche, descending. 'Tis a false Spanish spy, who is extremely useful to my ends. The news he carries to the enemy are those I prompt him with, so, in a word, we have an influence on their decisions. Cyrano. Scoundrel. De Guiche, carelessly nodding on his scarf. 'Tis opportune. What were we saying? Ah! I have news for you. Last evening, to victual us the Marshal did attempt a final effort. Secretly he went to Douarlens, where the king's provisions be. But to return to camp more easily, he took with him a goodly force of troops. Those who attacked us now would have fine sport. Half of the armies absent from the camp. Carbon. Aye, if the Spaniards knew, 'twere ill for us. But they know nothing of it. De Guiche. Oh. They know. They will attack us. Carbon. Ah. De Guiche. For my false spy came to warn me of their attack. He said, I can decide the point for their assault. Where would you have it? I will tell them 'tis the least defended they'll attempt you there. I answered, good. Go out of camp, but watch my signal. Choose the point from whence it comes. Carbon, to cadets. Make ready. All rise, sounds of swords and belts being buckled. De Guiche. 'Twill be in an hour. First cadet. Good. They all sit down again and take up their games. De Guiche, to Carbon. Time must be gained. The Marshal will return. Carbon. How gain it? De Guiche. You will all be good enough to let yourselves to be killed. Cyrano. Vengeance. Oh ho. De Guiche. I do not say that, if I loved you well, I had chosen you and yours, but, as things stand, your courage yielding to no core the palm, I serve my king, and serve my grudge as well. Cyrano. Permit that I express my gratitude. De Guiche. I know you love to fight against 50. You will not now complain of paltry odds. He goes up with Carbon. Cyrano, to the cadets. We shall add to the Gascon coat of arms, with its 6 bars of blue and gold, one more. The blood-red bar that was missing there. De Guiche speaks in a low voice with Carbon at the back. Orders are given. Preparations go forward. Cyrano goes up to Christian, who stands with crossed arms. Cyrano, putting his hand on Christian's shoulder. Christian. Christian, shaking his head. Roxana. Cyrano. Alas. Christian. At least, I'd send my heart's farewell to her in a fair letter. Cyrano. I had suspicion it would be today. He draws a letter out of his doublet. And had already writ. Christian. Show. Cyrano. Will you? Christian, taking the letter. I. He opens and reads it. Hold. Cyrano. What? Christian. This little spot. Cyrano, taking the letter, with an innocent look. A spot. Christian. A tear. Cyrano. Poets, at last by dint of counterfeiting. Take counterfeit for true, that is the charm. This farewell letter, it was passing sad. I wept myself in writing it. Christian. Wept. Why? Cyrano. Oh, death itself is hardly terrible. But, ne'er to see her more. That is death's sting. For I shall never. Christian looks at him. We shall. Quickly. I mean, you. Christian, snatching the letter from him. Give me that letter. A rumor, far off in the camp. Voice of sentinel. Who goes there? Halloo. Shots, voices, carriage bells. Carbon. What is it? A sentinel, on the rampart. 'Tis a carriage. All rush to see. Cries. In the camp? It enters, it comes from the enemy. Fire, no, the coachman cries, what does he say? On the king's service. Everyone is on the rampart, staring. The bells come nearer. De Guiche. The king's service? How? All descend and draw up in line. Carbon. Uncover, all. De Guiche. The king's. Draw up in line. Let him describe his curve as it befits. The carriage enters at full speed, covered with dust and mud. The curtains are drawn close. 2 lackeys behind. It is pulled up suddenly. Carbon. Beat a salute. A roll of drums. The cadets uncover. De Guiche. Lower the carriage steps. 2 cadets rush forward. The door opens. Roxana, jumping down from the carriage. Good day. All are bowing to the ground, but at the sound of a woman's voice every head is instantly raised. Scene 4.b. The same. Roxana. De Guiche. On the king's service. You. Roxana. I king loves. What other king? Cyrano. Great God. Christian, rushing forward. Why have you come? Roxana. This siege 'tis too long. Christian. But why? Roxana. I will tell you all. Cyrano, who, at the sound of her voice, has stood still, rooted to the ground. Afraid to raise his eyes. My God! Dare I look at her? De Guiche. You cannot remain here. Roxana, merrily. But I say yes. Who will push a drum hither for me? She seats herself on the drum, they roll forward. So. I thank you. She laughs. My carriage was fired at. Proudly. By the patrol. Look. Would you not think 'twas made of a pumpkin, like Cinderella's chariot in the tail and the footman out of rats? Sending a kiss with her lips to Christian. Good morrow. Examining them all. You look not merry, any of you. Ah! Know you that 'tis a long road to get to Arras? Seeing Cyrano. Cousin, delighted. Cyrano, coming up to her. But how, in heaven's name? Roxana. How found I the way to the army? It was simple enough, for I had but to pass on and on, as far as I saw the country laid waste. Ah, what horrors were there! Had I not seen, then I could never have believed it. Well, gentlemen, if such be the service of your king, I would fainer serve mine. Cyrano. But 'tis sheer madness. Where in the fiend's name did you get through? Roxana. Where? Through the Spanish lines. First cadet. For subtle craft, give me a woman. De Guiche. But how did you pass through their lines? Le Bret. Faith. That must have been a hard matter. Roxana. None too hard. I but drove quietly forward in my carriage, and when some hidalgo of haughty mien would have stayed me, lo! I showed at the window my sweetest smile, and these seigneurs being, with no disrespect to you, the most gallant gentlemen in the world, I passed on. Carbon. True, that smile is a passport. But you must have been asked frequently to give an account of where you were going, madam. Roxana. Yes, frequently. Then I would answer, I go to see my lover. At that word, the very fiercest Spaniard of them all would gravely shut the carriage door, and, with a gesture that a king might envy, make signal to his men to lower the muskets leveled at me. Then, with melancholy but withal very graceful dignity, his beaver held to the wind that the plumes might flutter bravely. He would bow low, saying to me, pass on, señorita. Christian. But, Roxana. Roxana. Forgive me that I said, my lover. But bethink you, had I said my husband, not one of them had let me pass. Christian. But, Roxana. What ails you? De Guiche. You must leave this place. Roxana. I. Cyrano. And that instantly. Le Bret. No time to lose. Christian. Indeed, you must. Roxana. But wherefore must I? Christian, embarrassed. 'Tis that. Cyrano, the same. In 3/4 of an hour. De Guiche, the same. Or 4. Carbon, the same. It were best. Le Bret, the same. You might. Roxana. You are going to fight, I stay here. All. No, no. Roxana. He is my husband. She throws herself into Christian's arms. They shall kill us both together. Christian. Why do you look at me thus? Roxana. I will tell you why. De Guiche, in despair. 'Tis a post of mortal danger. Roxana, turning round. Mortal danger. Cyrano. Proof enough, that he has put us here. Roxana, to De Guiche. So, sir, you would have made a widow of me? De Guiche. Nay, on my oath. Roxana. I will not go. I am reckless now, and I shall not stir from here, besides. 'Tis amusing. Cyrano. Oh ho. So our precious is a heroine. Roxana. Monsieur de Bergerac, I am your cousin. A cadet. We will defend you well. Roxana, more and more excited. I have no fear of that, my friends. Another, in ecstasy. The whole camp smells sweet of orris root. Roxana. And, by good luck, I have chosen a hat that will suit well with the battlefield. Looking at De Guiche. But were it not wisest that the Count retire? They may begin the attack. De Guiche. That is not to be brooked. I go to inspect the cannon, and shall return. You have still time, think better of it. Roxana. Never. De Guiche goes out. Scene 4.vi. The same, all but De Guiche. Christian, entreatingly. Roxana. Roxana. No. First cadet, to the others. She stays. All, hurrying, hustling each other, tidying themselves. A comb, soap, my uniform is torn, a needle, a ribbon, lend your mirror, my cuffs, your curling iron, a razor. Roxana, to Cyrano, who still pleads with her. No. Naught shall make me stir from this spot. Carbon, who, like the others, has been buckling, dusting, brushing his hat, settling his plume, and drawing on his cuffs, advances to Roxana, and ceremoniously. It is perchance more seemly, since things are thus, that I present to you some of these gentlemen who are about to have the honor of dying before your eyes. Roxana bows, and stands leaning on Christian's arm, while Carbon introduces the cadets to her. Baron de Peyrescus de Colignac. The cadet, with a low reverence. Madam. Carbon, continuing. Baron de Castarac de Cahuzac vidum de Malgur Estressac Lispes. D. Escarabiat, Chevalier d'Antonac Josette, Baron Hilot de Blagnac Salicinda. Castel Crebiles. Roxana. But how many names have you each? Baron Hilot. Scores. Carbon, to Roxana. Pray, open the hand that holds your kerchief. Roxana, opens her hand, and the handkerchief falls. Why? The whole company start forward to pick it up. Carbon, quickly raising it. My company had no flag. But now, by my faith, they will have the fairest in all the camp. Roxana, smiling. 'Tis somewhat small. Carbon, tying the handkerchief on the staff of his lance. But 'tis of lace. A cadet, to the rest. I could die happy, having seen so sweet a face, if I had something in my stomach, were it but a nut. Carbon, who has overheard, indignantly. Shame on you. What, talk of eating when a lovely woman. Roxana. But your camp air is keen, I myself am famished. Pasties, cold. Fricassee, old wines, there is my bill of fare. Pray bring it all here. Consternation. A cadet. All that? Another. But where on earth find it? Roxana, quietly. In my carriage. All. How? Roxana. Now serve up carve. Look a little closer at my coachman, gentlemen, and you will recognize a man most welcome. All the sauces can be sent to table hot, if we will. The cadets, rushing pell-mell to the carriage. 'Tis Ragueneau. Acclamations. Oh, oh. Roxana, looking after them. Poor fellows. Cyrano, kissing her hand. Kind fairy. Ragueneau, standing on the box like a quack doctor at a fair. Gentlemen. General delight. The cadets. Bravo. Bravo. Ragueneau. The Spaniards, gazing on a lady so dainty fair, overlooked the fair. So dainty. Applause. Cyrano, in a whisper to Christian. Hark, Christian. Ragueneau. And, occupied with gallantry, perceived not. He draws a plate from under the seat, and holds it up. The galantine. Applause. The galantine passes from hand to hand. Cyrano, still whispering to Christian. Prithee, one word. Ragueneau. And Venus so attracted their eyes that Diana could secretly pass by with. He holds up a shoulder of mutton. Her fawn. Enthusiasm. 20 hands are held out to seize the shoulder of mutton. Cyrano, in a low whisper to Christian. I must speak to you. Roxana, to the cadets, who come down, their arms laden with food. Put it all on the ground. She lays all out on the grass, aided by the two imperturbable lackeys who were behind the carriage. Roxana, to Christian, just as Cyrano is drawing him apart. Come, make yourself of use. Christian comes to help her. Cyrano's uneasiness increases. Ragueneau. Truffled peacock. First cadet, radiant, coming down, cutting a big slice of ham. By the mass. We shall not brave the last hazard without having had a gullet full. Quickly correcting himself on seeing Roxana. Pardon. A Balthazar feast. Ragueneau, throwing down the carriage cushions. The cushions are stuffed with ortolans. Hubbub. They tear open and turn out the contents of the cushions. Bursts of laughter, merriment. Third cadet. Ah! Vitas. Ragueneau, throwing down to the cadets bottles of red wine. Flasks of rubies. And white wine. Flasks of topaz. Roxana, throwing a folded tablecloth at Cyrano's head. Unfold me that napkin, come, come. Be nimble. Ragueneau, waving a lantern. Each of the carriage lamps is a little larder. Cyrano, in a low voice to Christian, as they arrange the cloth together. I must speak with you ere you speak to her. Ragueneau. My whip handle is an all sausage. Roxana, pouring out wine, helping. Since we are to die, let the rest of the army shift for itself. All four. The Gascons. And Mark. If de Guiche comes, let no one invite him. Going from one to the other. There. There. You have time enough. Do not eat too fast, drink a little wine. Are you crying? First cadet. It is all so good. Roxana. Tut, red or white, some bread for Monsieur de Carbon, a knife. Pass your plate, a little of the crust. Some more? Let me help you, some champagne, eh? Wing. Cyrano, who follows her, his arms laden with dishes, helping her to wait on. Everybody. How I worship her. Roxana, going up to Christian. What will you? Christian. Nothing. Roxana. Nay, nay, take this biscuit, steeped in muscat, come. But 2 drops. Christian, trying to detain her. Oh. Tell me why you came. Roxana. Wait, my first duty is to these poor fellows. Hush. In a few minutes. L. Brett, who had gone up to pass a loaf on the end of a lance to the sentry on the rampart. De Guiche. Cyrano. Quick. Hide flasks, plates, pie dishes, game baskets. Hurry, let us all look. Unconscious. To Ragueneau. Up on your seat, is everything covered up? In an instant all has been pushed into the tents, or hidden under doublets, cloaks, and beavers. De Guiche enters hurriedly, stops suddenly, sniffing the air. Silence. Scene 4.7. The same. De Guiche. De Guiche. It smells good here. A cadet, humming. Low. Low low. De Guiche, looking at him. What is the matter, you are very red. The cadet. The matter, nothing, 'tis my blood boiling at the thought of the coming battle. Another. Poem, poem, poem. De Guiche, turning round. What's that? The cadet, slightly drunk. Nothing, 'tis a song, a little. De Guiche. You are merry, my friend. The cadet. The approach of danger is intoxicating. De Guiche, calling Carbon de Casteljaloux, to give him an order. Captain. He stops short on seeing him. Plague take me. But you look bravely, too. Carbon, crimson in the face, hiding a bottle behind his back, with an evasive movement. Oh. De Guiche. I have one cannon left, and have had it carried there. He points behind the scenes. In that corner. Your men can use it in case of need. A cadet, reeling slightly. Charming attention. Another, with a gracious smile. Kind solicitude. De Guiche. How? They are all gone crazy. Drilly. As you are not used to cannon, beware of the recoil. First cadet. Pooh. De Guiche, furious, going up to him. But. The cadet. Gascon cannons never recoil. De Guiche, taking him by the arm and shaking him. You are tipsy, but what with? The cadet, grandiloquently. With the smell of powder. De Guiche, shrugging his shoulders and pushing him away, then going quickly to Roxana. Briefly, madam, what decision do you deign to take? Roxana. I stay here. De Guiche. You must fly? Roxana. No. I will stay. De Guiche. Since things are thus, give me a musket, one of you. Carbon. Wherefore? De Guiche. Because I too mean to remain. Cyrano. At last. This is true valor, sir. First cadet. Then you are Gascon after all, spite of your lace collar? Roxana. What is all this? De Guiche. I leave no woman in peril. Second cadet, to the first. Hark you. Think you not we might give him something to eat? All the viands reappear as if by magic. De Guiche, whose eyes sparkle. Victuals. The third cadet. Yes, you'll see them coming from under every coat. De Guiche, controlling himself, haughtily. Do you think I will eat your leavings? Cyrano, saluting him. You make progress. De Guiche, proudly, with a light touch of accent on the word breaking. I will fight without brrreking my fast. First cadet, with wild delight. Brrreking. He has got the accent. De Guiche, laughing. I. The cadet. 'Tis a Gascon. All begin to dance. Carbon de Casteljaloux, who had disappeared behind the rampart, reappearing on the ridge. I have drawn my pikemen up in line. They are a resolute troop. He points to a row of pikes, the tops of which are seen over the ridge. De Guiche, bowing to Roxana. Will you accept my hand, and accompany me while I review them? She takes it, and they go up toward the rampart. All uncover and follow them. Christian, going to Cyrano, eagerly. Tell me quickly. As Roxana appears on the ridge, the tops of the lances disappear, lowered for the salute, and a shout is raised. She bows. The pikemen, outside. Vivat. Christian. What is the secret? Cyrano. If Roxana should. Christian. Should. Cyrano. Speak of the letters. Christian. Yes, I know. Cyrano. Do not spoil all by seeming surprised. Christian. At what? Cyrano. I must explain to you. 'Tis no great matter, I but thought of it. 2. Day on seeing her. You have. Christian. Tell quickly. Cyrano. You have written to her oftener than you think. Christian. How so? Cyrano. Thus, faith. I had taken it in hand to express your flame for you. At times I wrote without saying, I am writing. Christian. Ah. Cyrano. 'Tis simple enough. Christian. But how did you contrive, since we have been cut off, thus to Cyrano. Oh. Before dawn. I was able to get through. Christian, folding his arms. That was simple, too. And how oft, pray you, have I written, twice in the week, 0.3 times, 0.4. Cyrano. More often still. Christian. What? Every day? Cyrano. Yes, every day twice. Christian, violently. And that became so mad a joy for you, that you braved death. Cyrano, seeing Roxana returning. Hush. Not before her. He goes hurriedly into his tent. Scene 4.8. Roxana, Christian. In the distance cadets coming and going. Carbon and a Guiche give orders. Roxana, running up to Christian. Ah, Christian, at last. Christian, taking her hands. Now tell me why. Why, by these fearful paths so perilous. Across these ranks of ribald soldiery. You have come? Roxana. Love, your letters brought me here. Christian. What say you? Roxana. 'Tis your fault if I ran risks. Your letters turned my head. Ah. All this month. How many, and the last one ever bettered? The one that went before. Christian. What, for a few inconsequent love letters? Roxana. Hold your peace. Ah. You cannot conceive it? Ever since that night, when, in a voice all new to me, under my window you revealed your soul. Ah. Ever since I have adored you. Now. Your letters all this whole month long, me seemed as if I heard that voice so tender, true, sheltering, close. Thy fault, I say. It drew me. The voice oth night? Oh. Wise Penelope would ne'er have stayed to broider on her hearthstone, if her Ulysses could have writ such letters, but would have cast away her silken bobbins, and fled to join him, mad for love as Helen. Christian. But Roxana. I read again grew faint for love. I was thine utterly. Each separate page was like a fluttering flower petal, loosed from your own soul, and wafted thus to mine. Imprinted in each burning word was love. Sincere, all-powerful. Christian. A love sincere. Can that be felt, Roxana? Roxana. That it can. Christian. You come? Roxana. Oh, Christian, my true lord, I come. Were I to throw myself, here, at your knees, you would raise me, but 'tis my soul I lay at your feet, you can raise it nevermore. I come to crave your pardon. 'Tis time to sue for pardon, now that death may come. For the insult done to you when, frivolous, at first I loved you only for your face. Christian, horror-stricken. Roxana. Roxana. And later, love less frivolous. Like a bird that spreads its wings, but cannot fly. Arrested by your beauty, by your soul. Drawn close I loved for both at once. Christian. And now? Roxana. Ah. You yourself have triumphed o'er yourself. And now, I love you only for your soul. Christian, stepping backward. Roxana. Roxana. Be happy. To be loved for beauty. A poor disguise that time so soon wears threadbare. Must be to noble souls, to souls aspiring. A torture. Your dear thoughts have now effaced that beauty that so won me at the outset. Now I see clearer and I no more see it. Christian. Oh. Roxana. You are doubtful of such victory? Christian, pained. Roxana. Roxana. I see you cannot yet believe it. Such love? Christian. I do not ask such love as that. I would be loved more simply, for Roxana. For that which they have all in turns loved in thee. Shame. Oh. Be loved henceforth in a better way. Christian. No. The first love was best. Roxana. Ah. How you err. 'Tis now that I love best love well. 'Tis that which is thy true self, see, that I adore. Were your brilliance dimmed. Christian. Hush. Roxana. I should love still. I, if your beauty should today depart. Christian. Say not so. Roxana. I say it. Christian. Ugly. How? Roxana. Ugly. I swear I'd love you still. Christian. My God. Roxana. Are you content at last? Christian, in a choked voice. I. Roxana. What is wrong? Christian, gently pushing her away. Nothing. I have 2 words to say 1 second. Roxana. But. Christian, pointing to the cadets. Those poor fellows, shortly doomed to death. My love deprives them of the sight of you. Go speak to them, smile on them ere they die. Roxana, deeply affected. Dear Christian. She goes up to the cadets, who respectfully crowd round her. Scene 4.9. Christian, Cyrano. At back, Roxana talking to Carbon and some cadets. Christian, calling toward Cyrano's tent. Cyrano. Cyrano, reappearing, fully armed. What? Why so pale? Christian. She does not love me. Cyrano. What? Christian. 'Tis you she loves. Cyrano. No. Christian. For she loves me only for my soul. Cyrano. Truly. Christian. Yes. Thus you see, that soul is you. Therefore, 'tis you she loves, and you love her. Cyrano. I. Christian. Oh, I know it. Cyrano. 'Tis true. Christian. You love. To madness. Cyrano. And worse. Christian. Then tell her so. Cyrano. No. Christian. And why not? Cyrano. Look at my face, be answered. Christian. She'd love me were I ugly. Cyrano. Said she so? Christian. In those words. Cyrano. I'm glad she told you that. But pooh, believe it not. I am well pleased. She thought to tell you. Take it not for truth. Never grow ugly, she'd reproach me then. Christian. That I intend discovering. Cyrano. No. I beg. Christian. She shall choose between us, tell her all. Cyrano. No. No. I will not have it. Spare me this. Christian. Because my face is haply fair, shall I destroy your happiness? 'Twere too unjust. Cyrano. And I, because by nature's freak I have the gift to say all that perchance you feel. Shall I be fatal to your happiness? Christian. Tell all. Cyrano. It is ill done to tempt me thus. Christian. Too long I've borne about within myself. A rival to myself I'll make an end. Cyrano. Christian. Christian. Our union, without witness secret, clandestine, can be easily dissolved. If we survive. Cyrano. My God, he still persists. Christian. I will be loved myself or not at all. I'll go see what they do there, at the end of the post, speak to her, and then let her choose. One of us two. Cyrano. It will be you. Christian. Pray God. He calls. Roxana. Cyrano. No. No. Roxana, coming up quickly. What? Christian. Cyrano has things important for your ear. She hastens to Cyrano. Christian goes out. Scene 4.x. Roxana, Cyrano. Then Le Bret, Carbon de Casteljaloux, the cadets, Ragueneau, de Guiche, etc. Roxana. Important, how? Cyrano, in despair to Roxana. He's gone. 'Tis not, oh, you know how he sees importance in a trifle. Roxana, warmly. Did he doubt? Of what I said? Ah, yes, I saw he doubted. Cyrano, taking her hand. But are you sure you told him all the truth? Roxana. Yes, I would love him were he. She hesitates. Cyrano. Does that word embarrass you before my face, Roxana? Roxana. I. Cyrano, smiling sadly. 'Twill not hurt me. Say it. If he were ugly. Roxana. Yes, ugly. Musket report outside. Hark. I hear a shot. Cyrano, ardently. Hideous. Roxana. Hideous. Yes. Cyrano. Disfigured. Roxana. I. Cyrano. Grotesque. Roxana. He could not be grotesque to me. Cyrano. You'd love the same. Roxana. The same, nay, even more. Cyrano, losing command over himself aside. My God. It's true, perchance, love waits me there. To Roxana. Roxana. Listen. Le Bret, entering hurriedly to Cyrano. Cyrano. Cyrano, turning round. What? Le Bret. Hush. He whispers something to him. Cyrano, letting go Roxana's hand and exclaiming. Ah, God. Roxana. What is it? Cyrano, to himself stunned. All is over now. Renewed reports. Roxana. What is the matter? Hark. Another shot. She goes up to look outside. Cyrano. It is too late, now I can never tell. Roxana, trying to rush out. What has chanced? Cyrano, rushing to stop her. Nothing. Some cadets enter, trying to hide something they are carrying, and close round it to prevent Roxana approaching. Roxana. And those men? Cyrano draws her away. What were you just about to say before? Cyrano. What was I saying? Nothing now, I swear. Solemnly. I swear that Christian's soul, his nature, were. Hastily correcting himself. Nay, that they are, the noblest, greatest. Roxana. Were. With a loud scream. Oh. She rushes up, pushing everyone aside. Cyrano. All is over now. Roxana, seeing Christian lying on the ground, wrapped in his cloak. Oh Christian. Le Bret, to Cyrano. Struck by first shot of the enemy. Roxana flings herself down by Christian. Fresh reports of cannon clash of arms, clamor, beating of drums. Carbon, with sword in the air. Oh come. Your muskets. Followed by the cadets, he passes to the other side of the ramparts. Roxana. Christian. The voice of Carbon, from the other side. Ho. Make haste. Roxana. Christian. Carbon. Form line. Roxana. Christian. Carbon. Handle your match. Ragueneau rushes up, bringing water in a helmet. Christian, in a dying voice. Roxana. Cyrano, quickly, whispering into Christian's ear, while Roxana distractedly tears a piece of linen from his breast, which she dips into the water, trying to stanch the bleeding. I told her all. She loves you still. Christian closes his eyes. Roxana. How, my sweet love? Carbon. Droramrods. Roxana, to Cyrano. He is not dead? Carbon. Open your charges with your teeth. Roxana. His cheek grows cold against my own. Carbon. Ready. Present. Roxana, seeing a letter in Christian's doublet. A letter. 'Tis for me. She opens it. Cyrano, aside. My letter. Carbon. Fire. Musket reports shouts noise of battle. Cyrano, trying to disengage his hand, which Roxana on her knees is holding. But, Roxana, hark, they fight? Roxana, detaining him. Stay yet a while. For he is dead. You knew him, you alone. Weeping quietly. Ah, was not his a beauteous soul, a soul wondrous? Cyrano, standing up bareheaded. I, Roxana. Roxana. An inspired poet. Cyrano. I, Roxana. Roxana. And a mind sublime. Cyrano. Oh, yes. Roxana. A heart too deep for common minds to plumb. A spirit subtle, charming. Cyrano, firmly. I, Roxana. Roxana, flinging herself on the dead body. Dead, my love. Cyrano, aside drawing his sword. And let me die today. Since, all unconscious, she mourns me in him. Sounds of trumpets in the distance. De Guiche, appearing on the ramparts bareheaded with a wound on his forehead in a voice of thunder. It is the signal. Trumpet flourishes. The French bring the provisions into camp. Hold but the place a while. Roxana. See, there is blood. Upon the letter tears. A voice, outside shouting. Surrender. Voice of cadets. No. Ragueneau, standing on the top of his carriage, watches the battle over the edge of the ramparts. The dangers ever greater. Cyrano, to De Guiche pointing to Roxana. I will charge. Take her away. Roxana, kissing the letter in a half-extinguished voice. O God! His tears. His blood. Ragueneau, jumping down from the carriage and rushing toward her. She swooned away. De Guiche, on the rampart to the cadets with fury. Stand fast. A voice, outside. Lay down your arms. The cadets. No. Cyrano, to De Guiche. Now that you have proved your valor, sir. Pointing to Roxana. Fly, and save her. De Guiche, rushing to Roxana, and carrying her away in his arms. So be it. Gain but time. The victory's ours. Cyrano. Good. Calling out to Roxana, whom De Guiche, aided by Ragueneau, is bearing away in a fainting condition. Farewell, Roxana. Tumult. Shouts. Cadets reappear, wounded, falling on the scene. Cyrano, rushing to the battle, is stopped by Carbon de Casteljaloux, who is streaming with blood. Carbon. We are breaking. I am wounded twice. Cyrano, shouting to the Gascons. Gascons. Ho, Gascons. Never turn your backs. To Carbon, whom he is supporting. Have no fear. I have 2 deaths to avenge. My friend who slain, and my dead happiness. They come down, Cyrano brandishing the lance to which is attached Roxana's handkerchief. Float there. Laced kerchief broidered with her name. He sticks it in the ground and shouts to the cadets. Fall on them, Gascons. Crush them. To the fifer. Fifer, play. The fife plays. The wounded try to rise. Some cadets, falling one over the other down the slope, group themselves round Cyrano and the little flag. The carriage is crowded with men inside and outside, and, bristling with arquebuses, is turned into a fortress. A cadet, appearing on the crest, beaten backward, but still fighting, cries, "They're climbing the redoubt?" and falls dead. Cyrano. Let us salute them. The rampart is covered instantly by a formidable row of enemies. The standards of the imperialists are raised. Fire! General discharge! A cry in the enemy's ranks. Fire! A deadly answering volley. The cadets fall on all sides. A Spanish officer, uncovering. Who are these men who rush on death? Cyrano, reciting, erect, amid a storm of bullets. The bold cadets of Gascony. Of Carbon of Casteljaloux. Brawling, swaggering boastfully. He rushes forward, followed by a few survivors. The bold cadets. His voice is drowned in the battle. Curtain. Act V. Cyrano's Gazette. 15 years later, in 1655. Park of the Sisters of the Holy Cross in Paris. Magnificent trees. On the left the house, broad steps onto which open several doors. An enormous plane tree in the middle of the stage, standing alone. On the right, among big boxwood trees, a semicircular stone bench. The whole background of the stage is crossed by an alley of chestnut trees, leading on the right hand to the door of a chapel seen through the branches. Through the double row of trees of this alley are seen lawns, other alleys, clusters of trees, winding of the park, the sky. The chapel opens by a little side door onto a colonnade which is wreathed with autumn leaves, and is lost to view a little farther on in the right hand foreground behind the boxwood. It is autumn. All the foliage is red against the fresh green of the lawns. The green boxwood and yews stand out dark. Under each tree a patch of yellow leaves. The stage is strewn with dead leaves, which rustle underfoot in the alleys, and half cover the steps and benches. Between the benches on the right hand and the tree a large embroidery frame, in front of which a little chair has been set. Baskets full of skeins and balls of wool. A tapestry begun. At the rising of the curtains nuns are walking to and fro in the park, some are seated on the bench around an older sister. The leaves are falling. Scene 5.I. Mother Marguerite, Sister Martha, Sister Claire, other sisters. Sister Martha, to Mother Marguerite. Sister Claire glanced in the mirror, once nay, twice, to see if her coif suited. Mother Marguerite, to Sister Claire. 'Tis not well. Sister Claire. But I saw Sister Martha take a plum out of the tart. Mother Marguerite, to Sister Martha. That was ill done, my sister. Sister Claire. A little glance. Sister Martha. And such a little plum. Mother Marguerite. I shall tell this to Monsieur Cyrano. Sister Claire. Nay, prithee do not, he will mock. Sister Martha. He'll say we nuns are vain. Sister Claire. And greedy. Mother Marguerite, smiling. And kind. Sister Claire. Is it not true, pray, Mother Marguerite, that he has come, each week, on Saturday, for 10 years, to the convent? Mother Marguerite. And more. Ever since 14 years ago the day his cousin brought here, midst our woolen coifs. The worldly mourning of her widow's veil. Like a blackbird's wing among the convent doves. Sister Martha. He only has the skill to turn her mind. From grief unsoftened yet by time unhealed. All the sisters. He is so droll, it's cheerful when he comes. He teases us, but we all like him well. We make him pasties of Angelica. Sister Martha. But, he is not a faithful Catholic. Sister Clare. We will convert him. The sisters. Yes. Yes. Mother Marguerite. I forbid. My daughters, you attempt that subject. Nay. Weary him not, he might less oft come here. Sister Martha. But God. Mother Marguerite. Nay, never fear. God knows him well. Sister Martha. But every Saturday, when he arrives, he tells me, Sister, I eat meat on Friday. Mother Marguerite. Ah. Says he so? Well, the last time he came, food had not passed his lips for 2 whole days. Sister Martha. Mother. Mother Marguerite. He's poor. Sister Martha. Who told you so, dear mother? Mother Marguerite. Monsieur Le Bret. Sister Martha. None help him. Mother Marguerite. He permits not. In an alley at the back Roxana appears, dressed in black, with a widow's coif and veil. De Guiche, imposing looking and visibly aged, walks by her side. They saunter slowly. Mother Marguerite rises. "'Tis time we go in, Madame Madeleine." Walks in the garden with a visitor. Sister Martha, to Sister Clare, in a low voice. "The Marshal of Gramont?" Sister Clare, looking at him. "'Tis he, I think." Sister Martha. "'Tis many months now since he came to see her." The sisters. "He is so busy, the court, the camp." Sister Clare. "The world." They go out. De Guiche and Roxana come forward in silence, and stop close to the embroidery frame. Scene 5.2. Roxana, the Duc de Gramont, formerly Count de Guiche. Then Le Bret and Ragueneau. The Duke. "And you stay here still ever vainly fair? Ever in weeds?" Roxana. "Ever." The Duke. "Still faithful?" Roxana. "Still." The Duke, after a pause. "Am I forgiven?" Roxana. "I, since I am here." Another pause. The Duke. "His was a soul, you say?" Roxana. "Ah, when you knew him." The Duke. "Ah, maybe, I, perchance, too little knew him." And his last letter, ever next your heart?" Roxana. "Hung from this chain, a gentle scapulary." The Duke. "And, dead, you love him still?" Roxana. "At times me seems. He is but partly dead, our hearts still speak. As if his love, still living, wrapped me round." The Duke, after another pause. "Cyrano comes to see you?" Roxana. "Often, I. Dear, kind old friend. We call him my Gazette. He never fails to come, beneath this tree. They place his chair, if it be fine I wait. I broider, the clock strikes, at the last stroke. I hear, for now I never turn to look. Too sure to hear his cane tap down the steps. He seats himself with gentle raillery. He mocks my tapestry that's never done. He tells me all the gossip of the week. Le Bret appears on the steps. Why, here's Le Bret. Le Bret descends. "How goes it with our friend?" Le Bret. "Ill, very ill." The Duke. "How?" Roxana, to the Duke. "He exaggerates." Le Bret. "All that I prophesied, desertion, want." his letters now make him fresh enemies. Attacking the sham nobles, sham devout, sham brave, the thieving authors all the world. Roxana. Ah! But his sword still holds them all in check. None get the better of him. The Duke, shaking his head. Time will show. Le Brett. Ah, but I fear for him not man's attack. Solitude, hunger, cold December days. That wolf-like steal into his chamber drear. Lo! The assassins that I fear for him. Each day he tightens by one hole his belt. That poor nose tinted like old ivory. He has retained one shabby suit of serge. The Duke. Ay, there is one who has no prize of fortune. Yet is not to be pitied. Le Brett, with a bitter smile. My Lord Marshal. The Duke. Pity him not. He has lived out his vows. Free in his thoughts, as in his actions free. Le Brett, in the same tone. My Lord. The Duke, haughtily. True. I have all, and he has naught. Yet I were proud to take his hand. Bowing to Roxana. Adieu. Roxana. I go with you. The Duke bows to Le Brett, and goes with Roxana toward the steps. The Duke, pausing, while she goes up. True I envy him. Look you, when life is brimful of success. Though the past hold no action foul, one feels 1,000 self-disgusts, of which the sum is not remorse, but a dim, vague unrest. And, as one mounts the steps of worldly fame, the Duke's furred mantles trail within their folds. A sound of dead illusions, vain regrets. A rustle, scarce a whisper, like as when, mounting the terrace steps, by your mourning robe, sweeps in its train the dying autumn leaves? Roxana, ironically. You are pensive? The Duke. True. I am. As he is going out, suddenly. Monsieur Le Brett. To Roxana. A word, with your permission? He goes to Le Brett, and in a low voice. True, that none dare to attack your friend, but many hate him. Yesterday, at the Queen's card play, 'twas said that Cyrano may die by accident. Let him stay and be prudent. Le Brett, raising his arms to heaven. Prudent. He's coming here. I'll warn him, but. Roxana, who has stayed on the steps, to a sister who comes toward her. What is it? The sister. Ragueneau would see you, madam. Roxana. Let him come. To the Duke and Le Brett. He comes to tell his troubles. Having been an author, save the mark. Poor fellow now. By turns he's singer. Le Brett. Bathing man. Roxana. Then actor. Le Brett. Beadle. Roxana. Wigmaker. Le Brett. Teacher of the lute. Roxana. What will he be today, by chance? Ragueneau, entering hurriedly. Ah! Madam. He sees Le Brett. Ah! You here, sir? Roxana, smiling. Tell all your miseries. To him, I will return anon. Ragueneau. But, madam. Roxana goes out with the Duke. Ragueneau goes toward Le Brett. Scene 5.3. Le Brett, Ragueneau. Ragueneau. Since you are here, 'tis best she should not know. I was going to your friend just now, was but a few steps from the house, when I saw him go out. I hurried to him. Saw him turn the corner. Suddenly, from out a window where he was passing, was it chance, maybe a lackey let fall a large piece of wood. Le Brett. Cowards. O Cyrano. Ragueneau. I ran, I saw. Le Brett. 'Tis hideous. Ragueneau. Saw our poet, Sir, our friend. Struck to the ground, a large wound in his head. Le Bret. He's dead? Ragueneau. No, but I bore him to his room. Ah. His room. What a thing to see, that garret. Le Bret. He suffers. Ragueneau. No, his consciousness has flown. Le Bret. Saw you a doctor? Ragueneau. One was kind, he came. Le Bret. My poor Cyrano, we must not tell this to Roxana suddenly. What said this leech? Ragueneau. Said what? I know not. Fever, meningitis. Ah. Could you see him, all his head bound up? But let us haste, there's no one by his bed. And if he try to rise, sir, he might die. Le Bret, dragging him toward the right. Come. Through the chapel. 'Tis the quickest way. Roxana, appearing on the steps, and seeing Le Bret go away by the colonnade leading to the chapel door. Monsieur Le Bret. Le Bret and Ragueneau disappear without answering. Le Bret goes when I call. 'Tis some new trouble of good Ragueneau's. She descends the steps. Scene 5.4. Roxana alone. Two sisters, for a moment. Roxana. Ah! What a beauty in September's close. My sorrows eased. April's joy dazzled it. But autumn wins it with her dying calm. She seats herself at the embroidery frame. Two sisters come out of the house, and bring a large armchair under the tree. There comes the famous armchair where he sits. Dear faithful friend. Sister Martha. It is the parlor's best. Roxana. Thanks, sister. The sisters go. He'll be here now. She seats herself. A clock strikes. The hour strikes. My silks, why, now, the hour's struck. How strange. To be behind his time, at last, today. Perhaps the portress wears my thimble. Here, is preaching to him. A pause. Yes, she must be preaching. Surely he must come soon. Ah, a dead leaf. She brushes off the leaf from her work. Nothing, besides, could scissors, in my bag, could hinder him. A sister, coming to the steps. Monsieur de Bergerac. Scene 5.v. Roxana, Cyrano and, for a moment, Sister Martha. Roxana, without turning round. What was I saying? She embroiders. Cyrano, very pale, his hat pulled down over his eyes, appears. The sister who had announced him retires. He descends the steps slowly, with a visible difficulty in holding himself upright, bearing heavily on his cane. Roxana still works at her tapestry. Time has dimmed the tints. How harmonize them now? To Cyrano, with playful reproach. For the first time. Late, for the first time, all these 14 years. Cyrano, who has succeeded in reaching the chair, and has seated himself in a lively voice, which is in great contrast with his pale face. It is villainous. I raged was stayed. Roxana. By Cyrano. By a bold, unwelcome visitor. Roxana, absently, working. Some creditor? Cyrano. Cousin, the last creditor. Who has a debt to claim from me? Roxana. And you? Have paid it? Cyrano. No, not yet. I put it off. Said, cry you mercy, this is Saturday. When I have get a standing rendezvous. That naught defers. Call in an hour's time. Roxana, carelessly. Oh, well, a creditor can always wait. I shall not let you go ere twilight falls. Cyrano. Haply, perforce, I quit you ere it falls. He shuts his eyes, and is silent for a moment. Sister Martha crosses the park. From the chapel to the flight of steps. Roxana, seeing her, signs to her to approach. Roxana, to Cyrano. How now? You have not teased the sister? Cyrano, hastily opening his eyes. True. In a comically loud voice. Sister. Come here. The sister glides up to him. Ha. Ha. What? Those bright eyes. Bent ever on the ground? Sister Martha, who makes a movement of astonishment on seeing his face. Oh. Cyrano, in a whisper, pointing to Roxana. Hush. 'Tis not. Loudly, in a blustering voice. I broke fast yesterday. Sister Martha, aside. I know, I know. That's how he is so pale. Come presently. To the refectory, I'll make you drink a famous bowl of soup. You'll come? Cyrano. I. Sister Martha. There, see. You are more reasonable today. Roxana, who hears them whispering. The sister would convert you. Sister Martha. Nay, not I. Cyrano. Hold. But it's true. You preach to me no more. You, once so glib with holy words. I am astonished. With burlesque fury. Stay, I will surprise you too. Hark. I permit you. He pretends to be seeking for something to tease her with, and to have found it. It is something new. To pray for me, tonight, at chapel time. Roxana. Oh. Oh. Cyrano, laughing. Good Sister Martha is struck dumb. Sister Martha, gently. I did not wait your leave to pray for you. She goes out. Cyrano, turning to Roxana, who is still bending over her work. That tapestry. Beshrew me if my eyes will ever see it finished. Roxana. I was sure to hear that well-known jest. A light breeze causes the leaves to fall. Cyrano. The autumn leaves? Roxana, lifting her head, and looking down the distant alley. Soft golden brown, like a Venetian's hair. See how they fall. Cyrano. I, see how brave they fall. In their last journey downward from the bough. To rot within the clay, yet, lovely still. Hiding the horror of the last decay. With all the wayward grace of careless flight. Roxana. What, melancholy you. Cyrano, collecting himself. Nay, nay, Roxana. Roxana. Then let the dead leaves fall the way they will. And chat. What, have you nothing new to tell? My court gazette? Cyrano. Listen. Roxana. Ah. Cyrano, growing whiter and whiter. Saturday. The 19th, having eaten to excess of pear conserve, the king felt feverish. The lancet quelled this treasonable revolt. And the August pulse beats at normal pace. At the Queen's ball on Sunday 30 score of best white waxen tapers were consumed. Our troops, they say, have chased the Austrians. 4 sorcerers were hanged. The little dog of Madame d'Athos took a dose. Roxana. I bid you hold your tongue, Monsieur de Bergerac. Cyrano. Monday not much Claire changed protector. Roxana. Oh. Cyrano, whose face changes more and more. Tuesday, the court repaired to Fontainebleau. Wednesday, the Montglat said to Comte de Fiesque. No. Thursday Mancini, Queen of France. Almost. Friday, the Montglat to Count Fiesque said yes. And Saturday the 26th. He closes his eyes. His head falls forward. Silence. Roxana, surprised at his voice ceasing, turns round, looks at him, and rising. Terrified, he swoons. She runs toward him crying, Cyrano! Cyrano, opening his eyes, in an unconcerned voice. What is this? He sees Roxana bending over him, and, hastily pressing his hat on his head, and shrinking back in his chair. Nay, on my word. 'Tis nothing. Let me be. Roxana. But. Cyrano. That old wound. Of Eros, sometimes as you know. Roxana. Dear friend. Cyrano. 'Tis nothing, 'twill pass soon. He smiles with an effort. See, it has passed. Roxana. Each of us has his wound, I have mine. Never healed up, not healed yet, my old wound. She puts her hand on her breast. 'Tis here, beneath this letter brown with age. All stained with tear drops, and still stained with blood. Twilight begins to fall. Cyrano. His letter. Ah! You promised me one day that I should read it? Roxana. What would you, his letter? Cyrano. Yes, I would fain today. Roxana, giving the bag hung at her neck. See. Here it is. Cyrano, taking it. Have I your leave to open? Roxana. Open, read. She comes back to her tapestry frame, folds it up, sorts her wools. Cyrano, reading. Roxana, adieu. I soon must die. This very night, beloved, and I feel my soul heavy with love untold. I die. No more, as in days of old. My loving, longing eyes will feast on your least gesture, the least. I mind me the way you touch your cheek with your finger, softly, as you speak. Ah me! I know that gesture well. My heart cries out, I cry farewell. Roxana. But how you read that letter? One would think. Cyrano, continuing to read. My life, my love, my jewel, my sweet. My heart has been yours in every beat. The shades of evening fall imperceptibly. Roxana. You read in such a voice so strange, and yet it is not the first time I hear that voice. She comes nearer very softly, without his perceiving it, passes behind his chair, and, noiselessly leaning over him, looks at the letter. The darkness deepens. Cyrano. Here, dying, and there, in the land on high. I am he who loves you. Roxana, putting her hand on his shoulder. How can you read? It is too dark to see. He starts, turns, sees her close to him. Suddenly alarmed, he holds his head down. Then in the dusk, which has now completely enfolded them, she says, very slowly, with clasped hands. And, 14 years long, he has played this part of the kind old friend who comes to laugh and chat. Cyrano. Roxana. Roxana. 'Twas you. Cyrano. No, never, Roxana, no. Roxana. I should have guessed, each time he said my name. Cyrano. No, it was not I. Roxana. It was you. Cyrano. I swear. Roxana. I see through all the generous counterfeit. The letters you. Cyrano. No. Roxana. The sweet, mad love words. You. Cyrano. No. Roxana. The voice that thrilled the night you. Cyrano. I swear you err. Roxana. The soul, it was your soul. Cyrano. I loved you not. Roxana. You loved me not. Cyrano. 'Twas he. Roxana. You loved me. Cyrano. No. Roxana. See. How you falter now? Cyrano. No, my sweet love, I never loved you. Roxana. Ah. Things dead, long dead, see. How they rise again. Why keep silence all these 14 years? When, on this letter, which he never wrote, the tears were your tears? Cyrano, holding out the letter to her. The bloodstains were his. Roxana. Why, then, that noble silence kept so long? Broken today for the first time, why? Cyrano. Why? Brett and Ragueneau enter running. Scene 5.vi. The same. Brett and Ragueneau. Brett. What madness! Here. I knew it well. Cyrano, smiling and sitting up. What now? Brett. He has brought his death by coming, madam. Roxana. God. Ah, then. That faintness of a moment since. Cyrano. Why, true. It interrupted the Gazette. Saturday, 26th, at dinner time. Assassination of de Bergerac. He takes off his hat, they see his head bandaged. Roxana. What says he? Cyrano, his head all bound. Ah, what has chanced? How, who? Cyrano. To be struck down. Pierced by sword I the heart, from a hero's hand. That I had dreamed. O mockery of fate. Killed, I. Of all men in an ambuscade. Struck from behind, and by a lackey's hand. 'Tis very well. I am foiled in all. Even in my death. Ragueneau. Ah, monsieur. Cyrano, holding out his hand to him. Ragueneau. Weep not so bitterly, what do you now? Old comrade. Ragueneau, amid his tears. Trim the lights for Moliere's stage. Cyrano. Moliere. Ragueneau. Yes, but I shall leave tomorrow. I cannot bear it. Yesterday, they played. Scapin I saw he'd thieved a scene from you. Brett. What? A whole scene? Ragueneau. Oh, yes, indeed, monsieur. The famous one, Que diable all faire. Brett. Moliere has stolen that. Cyrano. Tut. He did well. To Ragueneau. How went the scene? It told, I think it told. Ragueneau, sobbing. Ah. How they laughed. Cyrano. Look you, it was my life. To be the prompter every one forgets. To Roxana. That night when neath your window Christian spoke. Under your balcony, you remember? Well. There was the allegory of my whole life. I, in the shadow, at the ladder's foot. While others lightly mount to love and fame. Just. Very just. Here on the threshold drear. Of death, I pay my tribute with the rest. To Moliere's genius Christian's fair face. The chapel bell chimes. The nuns are seen passing down the alley at the back. To say their office. Let them go pray, when the bell rings. Roxana, rising and calling. Sister. Sister. Cyrano, holding her fast. Call no one. Leave me not. When you come back, I should be gone for I. The nuns have all entered the chapel. The organ sounds. I was somewhat fain for music, hark. 'Tis come. Roxana. Live, for I love you. Cyrano. No, in fairy tales. When to the ill-starred prince the lady says, I love you, all his ugliness fades fast. But I remain the same, up to the last. Roxana. I have marred your life, I. Cyrano. You blessed my life. Never on me had rested woman's love. My mother even could not find me fair. I had no sister, and, when grown a man, I feared the mistress who would mock at me. But I have had your friendship grace to you. A woman's charm has passed across my path. Le Brett, pointing to the moon, which is seen between the trees. Your other lady love is come. Cyrano, smiling. I see. Roxana. I loved but once, yet twice I lose my love. Cyrano. Hark you, Le Brett. I soon shall reach the moon. Tonight, alone, with no projectile's aid. Le Brett. What are you saying? Cyrano. I tell you, it is there. There, that they send me for my paradise. There I shall find at last the souls I love. In exile Galileo Socrates. Le Brett, rebelliously. No, no. It is too clumsy, too unjust. So great a heart. So great a poet. Die. Like this? What, die? Cyrano. Hark to Le Brett, who scolds. Le Brett, weeping. Dear friend. Cyrano, starting up, his eyes wild. What ho? Cadets of Gascony. The elemental mass, ah yes. The heek. Le Brett. His science still he raves. Cyrano. Copernicus. Said. Roxana. Oh. Cyrano. Mais que diable aliti el faire. Mais que diable aliti el faire dans cette galère. Philosopher, metaphysician. Rhymer, brawler, and musician. Famed for his lunar expedition. And the unnumbered duels he fought. And lover also by interposition. Here lies Hercule Savigny. De Cyrano de Bergerac. Who was everything, yet was not. I cry you pardon, but I may not stay. See, the moon ray that comes to call me hence. He has fallen back in his chair, the sobs of Roxana recall him to reality, he looks long at her, and, touching her veil. I would not bid you mourn less faithfully. That good, brave Christian, I would only ask. That when my body shall be cold in clay. You wear those sable mourning weeds for two. And mourn a while for me, in mourning him. Roxana. I swear it you. Cyrano, shivering violently, then suddenly rising. Not there. What, seated, no. They spring toward him. Let no one hold me up. He props himself against the tree. Only the tree. Silence. It comes. E'en now my feet have turned to stone. My hands are gloved with lead. He stands erect. But since death comes, I meet him still afoot. He draws his sword. And sword in hand. Le Brett. Cyrano. Roxana, half fainting. Cyrano. All shrink back in terror. Cyrano. Why, I well believe. He dares to mock my nose. Ho. Insolent. He raises his sword. What say you? It is useless. I know. But who fights ever hoping for success? I fought for lost cause, and for fruitless quest. You there, who are you? You are thousands. Ah! I know you now, old enemies of mine. Falsehood. He strikes in air with his sword. Have at you. Ha! And compromise. Prejudice, treachery. He strikes. Surrender, I. Parley. No, never. You too, folly you. I know that you will lay me low at last. Let be. Yet I fall fighting, fighting still. He makes passes in the air, and stops, breathless. You strip from me the laurel and the rose. Take all. Despite you there is yet one thing. I hold against you all, and when, tonight, I enter Christ's fair courts, and, lowly bowed, sweep with doffed casque the heaven's threshold blue. One thing is left, that, void of stain or smudge. I bear away despite you. He springs forward, his sword raised, it falls from his hand, he staggers. Falls back into the arms of Brett and Ragueneau. Roxana, bending and kissing his forehead. 'Tis Cyrano, opening his eyes, recognizing her, and smiling. My panache. Curtain. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Cyrano de Bergerac. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works. So the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark. Concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. To protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark. Electronic Works. 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation Orpglof, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark. Trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the project Gutenberg Trademark License 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works, unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f. 1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the project. Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the project. Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a project. Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund, if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing, without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur: a. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work, b. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the State of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Cyrano de Bergerac. A play in 5 acts. Contents. Dramatis Personae. Act I. Scene 1.I. Scene 1.2. Scene 1.3. Scene 1.4. Scene 1.v. Scene 1.vi. Scene 1.7. Act 2. Scene 2.I. Scene 2.2. Scene 2.3. Scene 2.4. Scene 2.v. Scene 2.vi. Scene 2.7. Scene 2.8. Scene 2.9. Scene 2.x. Scene 2.11. Act 3. Scene 3.I. Scene 3.2. Scene 3.3. Scene 3.4. Scene 3.v. Scene 3.vi. Scene 3.7. Scene 3.8. Scene 3.9. Scene 3.x. Scene 3.11. Scene 3.12. Act 4. Scene 4.I. Scene 4.2. Scene 4.3. Scene 4.4. Scene 4.v. Scene 4.vi. Scene 4.7. Scene 4.8. Scene 4.9. Scene 4.x. Act V. Scene 5.I. Scene 5.2. Scene 5.3. Scene 5.4. Scene 5.v. Scene 5.vi. The full Project Gutenberg license.